And the first item on the agenda is roll call, followed by posting of the agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor. Council Member Pasua.
Here.
Council Member Lopez.
Here.
Coun-
Back, Bob, get back.
Council Member Madrigal.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
He's here.
Okay. Council Member Perello.
Here.
Council Member Turan. Thank you. Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
Thank you. The agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on April 22nd, 2021. Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Clerk. And we do not have any public comments in closed session, and we'll turn it over to our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to confer with its attorneys. The matter being discussed is Aaron Starr versus City of Oxnard.
Thank you. And we're going into closed session, and we'll be back at 6 o'clock for the regular ceremony items. Madam Clerk, any other announcements?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mhm. Gentlemen, we're back from closed session. And before we go into the opening ceremonies, Mr. City Attorney, do we have any announcements from closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. There are no announcements out of closed session tonight.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Our next item is opening ceremonies, and we first have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States. And at this time, I'd like to take a moment of silence for the numerous individuals who have lost their lives around the world due to the COVID pandemic. Please join me in saluting our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, baby.
Thank you. And today we have a proclamation, and this is a presentation of proclamation for May 2021 older Americans. So we're going to have Renee Rakestraw from Community Service Manager is going to be accepting this proclamation, but let me read it before we go to Renee. It says, whereas the President of the United States and the Governor of California have officially proclaimed May as Older American Month in recognition of many contributions made by residents 55 years and older. And whereas the City of Oxnard wishes to pay tribute to those older adults who provide immeasurable contributions to our community. And where the City Council encourages the city's older adults to utilize and enjoy the services and programs offered by the city through the senior services programs. And whereas these services and programs assist in allowing many older adults to remain independent in their own homes and communities while maintaining their dignity and self-determination. And whereas the City of Oxnard commends our Senior Services Commission for its advocacy, involvement with the seniors of our community in providing enhancing services and programs that are benefit to them. Whereas older Oxnard, adults of Oxnard are recognized and acknowledged for their experience, their knowledge, their expertise, and numerous contributions which enhance and enrich the quality of life offered to all residents of Oxnard. I therefore, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, hereby proclaim May 2021 as Older American Month in the City of Oxnard and invite all residents to join in this deserving recognition of our seniors as we give them a place of honor in our city. In witness thereof, I have set my hand and caused the great seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed the 4th day of May 2021. Renee, do you have any comments you'd like to share? And of course, as we do have the proclamation that's going to be available at City Hall tomorrow morning. Renee?
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and council members for recognizing and celebrating May as Older Americans Month. The older adults of our community have played a key role in sharing their wisdom and experience to shape today's decisions and efforts that build our community. During the pandemic, many older adults suffered from social isolation, from being separated from their friends, families, and community resources. Despite this, many of them continue to support their families, friends, and neighbors, while also holding the hat of being essential workers and volunteers. We recognize the value of older adults in our community and support the issues that are important to them. The City of Oxnard and Senior Services continues to put the needs of all older adults at the forefront. We honor these residents and their continued contributions and stay committed to learning from them and supporting their futures. Please visit Instagram or Facebook and search Oxnard Seniors to stay updated with upcoming programs, as many of them are making a return in celebration of this month. Again, thank you for taking the time to recognize the aging community, which has contributed immensely. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
And thank you, Renee. And I'm sure that a lot of our seniors, the volunteer hours that they put together, if you put a number to them, a dollar number to them, it runs into the millions of dollars. So we want to thank our seniors for all the work and all the contributions they've contributed to our community. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
And we have a Councilmember Perrella would like to share a couple of words.
Yes, I want to thank Ms. Rexra about the comments that she's made. Mayor, you're absolutely right. When you're a younger individual in your 20s or 30s, sometimes in your 40s, you think about these ages and they're taking up area in the city of Oxnard. When you get older, such as myself and yourself, Mayor, you realize you change your wisdom. The older people in this community have burdened, basically silently for years, except for some very vocal activists, Mr. Martin Jones, one in particular, who put up with things that happen in the city. The young sometimes don't understand the things that have happened. And as myself, when I was much younger, I thought things could happen overnight. There's a tremendous amount to be learned from the elderly, and patience is one of them. It's not always the best and easiest thing to learn when you're young, but a tremendous debt of gratitude is owed to the older people. They've carried the load and paid the bills and wiped our nose when we were younger to get us to this spot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. And also, let's not forget Mother's Day is coming up this weekend. Thank you so much, Renee, for sharing a couple of words with us. And like I said, the proclamation is going to be ready for you tomorrow morning there at the city manager's office. Thank you again. Okay, our next item is item F. This is public comments on items not on the agenda. And we have 4 speakers tonight. And we'll start off with Christopher Williams, followed by Douglas Bartello. Christopher Williams, 3 minutes.
Mr. Christopher Williams?
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes,
Can you hear me,
thank you.
council?
Yes, we
Yes.
sure can. Thank
Yes.
you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, council, city staff, and fellow community members. My name is Christopher Williams, and I'm one of the Oxnard Police Commanders. I'm also the president of the Oxnard Public Safety Managers Association and a resident of Oxnard. I wanted to bring to your attention the effort that myself, Councilmember Basua, and several other community members and groups throughout the city and county are participating in. As you may know, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and the Oxnard Police Department is proud to announce that we are going to participate in the 2021 NAMI Walk. NAMI, which stands for the National Alliance on Mental Illness, is a national organization that helps educate the public on mental illness, raise money for research, and increase awareness. NAMI is very supportive of public safety and needs our help. The Oxnard Police Department has set up a team and is asking for everyone's assistance. If you could please visit our page. From the page, you can donate, sign up to participate, share with your friends and family, post our team page on social media, and most importantly, get the word out and help such a worthy cause. Our page can be found on www.namiwalks.org and then search for Oxnard Police Department. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact the police department and ask for me, Christopher Williams. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, Chris. Chris, the information is NAMI Walk. Is that over Ventura at the boardwalk?
Unfortunately, Mayor, because of the COVID restrictions this year, it's going to be virtually. However, some of the groups are going to have little group walks, but because of the restrictions, we're unable to have it. But usually it is at the Ventura Promenade, and we're hopeful that next year we'll be able to start that up again.
It's very important. I participated in that. That's extremely important. Thank you, but it's going to be a virtual item then. Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you, Mayor. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Douglas Bartello, followed by Reverend Gregory Runyon. Douglas Bartello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Portello, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and public. The engineer's pavement management update from the last Public Works and Transportation meeting gave some very interesting figures to consider. The city manager talked about reaching a PCI, pavement condition index, of 80 as some unobtainable dream. Camarillo has a PCI of 79, pretty close. They have a 1.5 city portion of sales tax, now less than half of the per capita revenue from it than Oxnard does. Yet they seem to manage to maintain their roads and public space landscaping quite well. Based upon the goals set by Measure N, achieving a PCI of 80 by September 30th of 2028 will give the City Council the option to approve extending Measure O for an additional 5 years. The gap for achieving a PCI of 80 by 2028 is $90.6 million, according to the city engineer, or $27.2 million a year. The city attorney stated in court on April 30th that Measure E will add $49.9 million a year to the general fund. 5 additional years of Measure O will give over $80 million in revenue, otherwise not there. That return on investment reduces the $90.6 million gap to $110 million, about $6 million less than the gap stated by the city engineer to get to a PCI of 75. That is money in the bank. But there's more good news. At a PCI of 80, the cost of maintenance and repairs goes down significantly as compared to the Public Works and Transportation Committee's recommendation of a goal of 70. So these dividends keep multiplying, given the city commits to keeping up on the maintenance, which is made far easier and less expensive with a PCI of 80. The cost of materials and labor for additional work needed at a PCI of 70 also increases. Even more good news. With the roads in such good condition, everyone benefits from safer roads, production goes up, and vehicle maintenance costs go down. Everybody's happy. Businesses, visitors, and potential home buyers are attracted to Oxnard, so tax revenues go up with the increased business. This is only obtainable if the city does an efficiency assessment of expenditures, and instead of adding more staff, gets more from the existing staff, not cut services. Other cities seem to do this with less per capita tax revenue, and so can Oxnard. So I just ask that you consider that investment. And imagine, Doug Partella, the guy who was always telling you to spend less money, I'm telling you to spend more money. But this is a wise investment. That's for all the reasons that I gave. And I hope you have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And also, before I continue, I'd like to. Okay, our next speaker is Reverend Gregory Runyon, followed by Christopher Hernandez.
And Mayor, I actually made it in on time, so I'm here.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. Okay, Reverend Runyon, followed by Christopher Hernandez.
Mayor, Reverend is not available at this moment.
Okay, Christopher Hernandez.
I'm sorry, he hasn't dialed in as well.
Okay. So then we're going to go to our next item. It's going to be the report of the city manager. This item G.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for the COVID update tonight, I'm going to have a few very brief slides, and then I'm going to turn it over to our police chief. I'm going to get the slides up for a moment. All righty. Okay. So there are a couple of people on here who are not muted.
Please mute your phones, please.
Oh, awesome.
Thank you. So as an ongoing reminder, vaccination sites are up and running. There are 3 sites here on this screen. Continue to be on Rose Avenue at the Babies R Us, as well as South Oxnard at C Street. That's in the backside of Centerpoint Mall, I believe. They have different hours there on days where they're offering the Moderna versus days when they're offering the J&J. These sites no longer require that you pre-register. it's fine that you do, but it's also fine if you walk in. Likewise, for the mini vaccination clinic we have at South Winds Youth Center, also continuing there. Now, the county, our partners at the county are working to figure out more locations where they can provide the pop-up vaccination centers. So that information is announced via the county weekly. So we look forward to continuing to support the pop-up vaccination sites throughout our city in support of the county. So again, as they announce those locations, we will announce them as well. Another reminder, starting June 1st, we will resume the enforcement of street sweeping. We've been informing the public throughout April, and throughout May, we are providing warnings. So if you are not remembering to move your car per the street sweeping signs of where you live and where you park, then you will see what looks like a ticket that's on the screen right here. But if you pay attention closely, it is just a warning. We will not begin ticketing until June 1st. And one more reminder, with everything else going on, we do have our climate survey as we are preparing our climate action and adaptation plan for the city. This is something we're required to do by the state of California. So we're in that process. We ask people to please take the survey. You can find it at www.oxnard.org/climate-action-plan. Sorry that's a long address, but it's easy to remember. oxnard.org/climate-action-plan. If you take the time to fill out that survey, that would be very helpful to us. Now, with that, I'm going to turn it over to our police chief. As many of you may recall, I think it was more than a month ago, I asked our recreation department to provide an update of all the COVID-related activities and work that they were performing, especially in areas where we had repurposed our staff's roles to provide needed services to combat the pandemic. Likewise, our police department has been extremely active throughout this past year. So I want our police chief to share with everyone what their workload has been throughout this pandemic. And I also want to remind there are people who question, where do our tax dollars go, right? I've seen that and heard that from various people with the underlying assumption that it's not going to public services. So for anyone who continues to wonder, where do our tax dollars go, you're about to see, in addition to what the recreation department provided on a public update, you're going to see from the police department's perspective where the investment goes. And now we all remember Chief Whitney very fondly. And if I had asked Chief Whitney to provide a 15-minute presentation, he would provide a 45-minute presentation. So I'm asking Chief Benitez to provide a 15-minute presentation, and I believe it'll be 15 minutes. So Chief, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you. That's a tough order. I was going through this material and I did have to cut it down quite a bit. So I'm here this evening to talk a little bit about things as they relate to the police department. As we find ourselves on what we hope to be the downslope of the COVID pandemic, it's very important for us to communicate what we are doing to our community. And I think over communication is best. I could probably speak for some time on this. I would look forward to doing this more in the future. But it's important to know what issues and trends we are facing at the police department. Last year, very unusual year, unlike any other I've seen in my career. What I can say is Oxnard did not experience a lot of the turmoil that happened across this country. And without going into more detail, I will say that one of the main reasons has to do with the policing philosophy that our department has, and along with the good relationship that it has with the community. Our officers are engaged in a wide variety of work. And there's three just pictorials here. And each picture you see here is a story in itself. But it's important to see that during the course of their duties, officers have to shift gears from one role to another during the course of their day. Wearing the hats of an enforcement officer, a counselor, a crisis intervention officer, et cetera. And these photos were taken actually just kind of during the COVID period and some before, but they show that there's just a huge variety of work that happens in the course from the mundane to the, as we can see, highly unusual things that they deal with. But nonetheless, the work goes. Moving into this year, this slide tells us where we are as of today in terms of crime. And if you look at the numbers to your right, you see at the bottom that overall crime is down actually 15.2% from this time last year, which is actually very encouraging news. When you break it down, violent crime is actually down by almost 26%, and our property crimes are down by 13.25%. Now, you can see though that as COVID begins to thaw, we anticipate that some of these activities could potentially ramp up. But people ask, well, what else do you deal with here? Now, let me just give you some numbers here. Aggravated assaults, we respond to approximately 380 last year, and that was compared to about 374 the previous year. Homicides, we usually average about 14 per year. And you can see in 2020, we had 5, and we are at 3 this year. What's very important to note is that with a lot of reduced activity, people not leaving their homes during last year, it did change the landscape for what we had to deal with. Vehicle collisions, for example, went down very significantly. And to give you an idea, in 2019, we responded to about 5,500 vehicle collisions. That's injury, non-injury, compared to the COVID year, 4,700. And about 1,000 of those in 2019 were injury accidents. Now, where it gets sticky is, and you don't see this because it's not reported by the DOJ crime stats, but you see that our fatal traffic collisions are actually an issue in this city. In 2019, we had 16 fatal traffic collisions. Last year, that number, because of the less people out, reduced to 9. Well, as it stands today, we're currently at 8 collisions, and we're only at the very beginning of May. So it's something that I think we need to, the city, we need to try to do everything we can to keep those down. Next topic has to do with firearms. Now, what you see here is not something that I just cherry picked out of a photo archive. Well, all I had to do for these was to pull these from recent news releases that you can actually see on our Facebook page. And I think the rifle that you see up in the upper left-hand corner was one I notified council about three to 4 weeks ago when we had a foot pursuit through a neighborhood in the South Oxnard, and this weapon was involved in a shooting. This is something our officers are encountering on a near daily basis. And to give you an idea, in 2019, we seized 174 firearms. Last year, that number jumped up to 230. And where we are today, we're at 65 year to date. And these are weapons that are seized related to an arrest or a crime. What I'm going to show you is a 25-second video that kind of illustrates how far our department has come and how dangerous the work is these days. Now, what you're going to see, I'll set this up. You'll see an officer, they just made a traffic stop, and one of the passengers from the vehicle flees into a convenience store. Our officer here gives chase to him, and you will see something that I'll explain in just a moment. And here we go with the video. I think the hamster is turning the wheel here. It's hopefully get that wheel going. And if it doesn't go, we'll come back to it. Oh, here we go. It happens very quickly. Notice what's in his right hand. The gun. This is becoming more and more commonplace for our officers. Something very significant happens here too. I don't usually resort to showing a use of force on an environment like this, and definitely not on social media. But what we see here is this could have easily been a shooting. And what we see is these officers using great restraint and using the least amount of force as necessary to effect that arrest. And so I just wanted to point that out. This is what our officers are encountering. Next thing I want to talk about briefly is overdoses. And we are seeing a very large uptick in non-fatal and fatal overdoses in our city. And just to prove the point, on the right side of your screen, you see our day shift log from our watch commander from Sunday. Well, this was the entire CO's log for that day. It was 3 overdoses. And since then, I've actually had to add 3 more on top of this to the overall count for 2021 year to date. So last year, our officers went to 226 overdose calls, and they are actually treated more like medical emergencies now. We don't actually arrest them for overdosing like in years past. That's long since changed. But of that number, we've had 52 fatal overdoses in this city last year. And when we speak of the homicides and the traffic accidents that I mentioned earlier, this number far exceeds the sum total of all of those. And this is happening in a lot of places, in hospital rooms, in homes, out in the streets. It's happening everywhere, and it affects every facet of our population. So far this year, we've been to 6 dozen of these calls, and we've had 10 fatals this year in our city. As a result, the department partnered with Ventura County Behavioral Health, partnered with Ventura County EMS, and our officers now carry naloxone. It's known as Narcan. I think Chief Whitney's mentioned this before. And just in 2020, we had 17 applications of when our officer got there first and administered that to the patient. Now you can see we're only 4 months into this year. We've already used it 10 times. So it's showing a definite uptick. But that leads us to the naloxone here. This is what it looks like actually. Narcotic sales, we're seeing a great increase in narcotic sales, particularly with opioids, the prescription type medications, the hydrocodone, the Xanax. We have a news release that just went out a few minutes ago about a Xanax arrest we made. But these are things that have recently been encountered by our newly formed drug enforcement unit. We made a decision to leave the county task force to start our own drug enforcement unit that focuses in our own backyards and affects the quality of life of our community. And since they've been in action for the past several months, July will be 1 year. These are some numbers of what they have actually brought in. And without going into too much detail about the numbers, you'll see they're pretty hefty. Very proud of what this unit does in dealing with dope houses in neighborhoods that terrorize neighborhoods, the dope dealers that are peddling poison to our communities and literally killing people. Incidentally, this picture here, you may have seen this one. This is Canine Rocky. He actually hit on this pallet that you see behind him, which had 973 pounds of methamphetamine in it. Homelessness, obviously another large issue. I will say that it's my opinion that where the city is going now in addressing homelessness is greater than it has ever done in my entire career. And I'm speaking not just in terms of the police department, but in terms of what housing is doing, what other services are doing. And as a result, we handled approximately 4,200 homeless related calls last year. And that's about close to 5% of what our calls for service were in 2020. And our homeless liaison officers, the HLOs, they go out there to make outreach to our homeless population to try to steer them to services rather than enforcement as their first approach. This group actually handled about 2,500 calls on their own. Now, this also add to that 311 requests and other emailed complaints through their supervisor, or in many cases, my office to deal with. And these are just some typical examples of what they deal with. Priorities. Now, council adopted some priorities recently, and they are in alignment with what I believe is the vision for this department. We want to maintain our 911 emergency response times. That's a fundamental priority for us. But the big one here is restoring community policing. It's in line with our 3 police department priorities, community policing falling right under community safety and community engagement. But there are some challenges to this, and this is a very simplified org chart for us. In order to restore these services and to get where we want to go, it won't happen overnight. And because of COVID, we lost an academy class. We've had some attrition in some of our academies. We are actually having a very difficult time, and staffing is probably the police department's biggest internal challenge for this year. We have 238 authorized sworn positions in our department. And as it stands today, 18 positions are vacant. Now, doesn't sound like a lot. That's about 7%. But when you add in the number of officers that are injured, we have 25 officers that are on the injured list that are unable to work right now out in the field. We have 7 more in the academy. And when you sum total that, you're looking at about a 20% operational vacancy rate. So where I'm going with this is that in order to have and help and maintain our 911 response times, we have to have a healthy patrol division that's well staffed in order to be available to address those calls. But it also competes with our ability to staff neighborhood policing resources. And so our neighborhood policing team is actually an offshoot of patrol. And these two priorities do compete with each other. So it is our goal in this coming year plus to try to respond and to try to restore these programs so that they're back in action. We can do it, but it's not going to happen overnight. We're working on some staffing plans to address the staffing issues that we are facing, and we will be ramping up our neighborhood policing team. We're going to have to be creative in ways that we do it, but I'm pretty sure we can. That takes us into the future, and I'm looking at, as we restore these things, we currently have 10 police beats in our city. You can see our beat map, which you'll see online. You'll see it on nextdoor.com. You'll see it on our website. These 10 beats, I believe that we are possibly ready in the next couple of years at the most to open an 11th beat. And I plan on, my best guess right now is that placing another beat in South Oxnard in what is known as District 4 South End is probably the most appropriate place to deliver the services to that area, to put more officers in the south end of town and balance out the call volume that's handled between all the beat cars. And then along with that, I do want to see us head in a direction where we are beginning to open storefronts that actually have staff assigned to them. And you can see these are the locations that I envision this heading in the next few years. So last thing I'll close with is that great work doesn't happen by accident. I thought I'd go out with something very positive. This has to do with our homeless liaison officers. And this is an example of what I see get across my desk fairly regularly, and it's good work that takes place in one form or another. And I won't read you the entire thing, but this has to do with 2 of our homeless liaison officers. They had been dealing with a person who was mentally ill and had a history of drug use. He was prone to aggressive outbursts in which he would scream at community members. He was essentially a nuisance. And our 2 officers, Officer Dave Garza and Nathan Langelier, they developed a relationship with this person after successive contacts, arrests, and communication. They finally were able to convince him to accept mental health treatment and secured housing for him. However, there wasn't a bed for him. And so these officers worked with him and Salvation Army and Oxnard Housing to get funding for a motel room. The officer realized that this person did not have the funding yet, and this officer took it upon himself to pay for and provide meals for this person until he was actually housed. On his days off, he dropped off meals and essentials and ensured that he was staying in his room and behaving. This is an officer that doesn't seek to self-promote or ask for credit. He just simply gets things done and looks for solutions, even if it's not his responsibility. So the 2 officers made several follow-ups with him and developed a good relationship. Getting him housed was a group effort, and I think it's very commendable. But this is the kind of stuff that we do here, and I did want to point that out on the way out of this presentation tonight. So that concludes my update for the evening, and I hope I maintain my 15 minutes.
Thank you. It was 14 minutes, Chief.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chief. And Mayor and Council, I appreciate the time. But I wanted to share with everyone just the kind of workload that our police department faces, the just vast diversity of the work that they confront. And I know that they're tremendous at their work, but I just want to share from a non-policing perspective, a lot of the statistics and the images that the chief shared, just have to think of the human impact of our officers showing up to overdose situations, showing up to help out at accident scenes, not to mention the cases where they're actually in direct harm's way in terms of violent activity. So I just wanted to share that in terms of what they've been doing, especially throughout this pandemic year that we're coming out of. And with that, I see you have the Mayor Pro Tem and
Okay,
Councilmember Perrello.
Mayor Pro Tem followed by Councilman Perrello. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And Chief, I just want to compliment you on returning to the neighborhood policing program. I think that people don't realize that through that program, you're able to address problems up front and deal with them before they really become problems on the backside that we have to deal with. It. I think it's pretty effective. But also kudos to you for bringing home the drug enforcement unit. Those guys are working. I say gang or guys. Those officers are just working phenomenally out there. I see the stats that they're producing. They're incredible. And I just wanted to make one comment. You mentioned the vacancies that you have. And I think my memory is still accurate, but it may be a little flawed because I'm in that older generation now. But generally, if council were to say to you today, you have 25 new positions, you're looking at a 6 to 12 month recruitment period, doing background and everything else, and then a 6-month academy, and probably 3 months of field training. And that's for probably 1 out of every 100 applicants that gets through the process. So you screen a lot of people, you put a lot of people into a program, but you're looking at almost 2 years before you get a body on the street that's functional and able to be self-sufficient. So it's a long-term issue in terms of hiring and stuff. So, and I'm hoping my numbers were still fairly accurate. If I goof something up, please feel free to let me know. But would that be a fair statement?
Yes, it would. For example, we started with 9 in the academy last month. We are down to 7 in the academy that will graduate in October. They will go through about 5.5 months of field training before they are actually out. So we're talking this time next year. I have to weigh that against anticipated retirements, any unanticipated separations that we may have here. And so it's kind of like sometimes it's 1 step forward, 1 step back. And to change the staffing picture, it simply does not happen overnight. And so as a result, with our vacancy rate being what it is, it does not make sense for us to ask for more sworn positions at this point in time. We need to fill the positions that we have vacant now and get that handled. And so the ask there is community members. We need to hire people from this community. We need applicants. Send everyone here, send us somebody that you know that's interested in working here, whether it's as a dispatcher, as a records technician, as a police officer. We really need to get there. But unfortunately, this is our biggest challenge. It's harder to get that neighborhood policing team back out there when I'm dealing with a patrol staff that is actually struggling to, put out minimum numbers every day. So it does happen. And the last point about the drug enforcement unit, Mayor Pro Tem, is that I have to give credit to our staff. This is I had some staff come to me about this time last year with an idea, and I said, let's talk about it. And they had a lot of passion for what they do. And I am very amazed by the employees that we have here. They have an idea and they want to run with it, and with a little support and a little guidance, they can do some really good stuff. And the drug enforcement unit is a good example of that.
Thank you, Chief. And with the added months to field training, you're looking at about a 24-month turnaround then to have someone on the street. And I know that you're not begging for positions right now. You're just trying to fill the ones you have. So, but I just want people to understand that from the day the light turns green, it's about 24 months out before we have a productive person on the street. So thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Perrello.
Thank you very much, Chief, for the fantastic presentation. Those pictures, and I'd like to speak to the city manager right now. Those pictures in that video, I believe, are worth finding out if we can get it on the various social medias that are shared throughout the city of Oxnard, because those are extremely eye-opening. The amount of weapons, the city of Oxnard is doing a hell of a job getting the weapons off the streets. But when you see what's there and you see the interaction of the individual running into the store with the gun, we could have an entirely different story. We don't have that type of officer working here. And the other part that was amazing to me, the officer is struggling with the guy, and everyone in that store is just standing around. Nobody's even getting out of the way or offering to help. Thank you very much. And I hope that we do share this with a tremendous amount of the people. 250,000 people in the city of Oxnard they're not all watching tonight. And with Spectrum the way it is, I really hope, City Manager, you get it out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pearl. Chief, I am also the Narcan. My understanding is that individuals or family members that have a potential person that's using drugs at home can get Narcan. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do they contact the county or they contact the Oxnard PD?
They would have to go through a different program. They can go through, I believe they can go through a doctor, they can go through the county programs. I believe it can be, I'm not 100% sure, but it may be something that can be prescribed. I'm not 100% on that though, but it is common for us to come across people that actually have it. And when we come to places, these alleys and locations where we have, needles dispositive, a lot of times we find extended Narcan kits.
That saved quite a few people. Also, the other thing too that I'm really glad you're going to put together is a neighborhood program. I remember in La Colonia, La Paloma was really very successful, where you had quite a few people there, but policemen participating, especially at Christmas time with the tamales and the gifts, and just getting the officers acquainted with the youth there was really, really positive. So I'm glad you're doing that too. And if I'm not correct, you said our crime is down 15%.
Year to date, correct. That's as of that is our preliminary estimate as of today. Each week we update that number, and it usually fluctuates throughout the year, but it's safe to say that I'm optimistic where we are right now. That's a good place to be.
Thank you, Chief. And now we got the 30 minutes again. So thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, our next item is council members, if you have any items that you'd like to share with the community, and also any items that you might want to schedule for the future, and potentially, let's see if we can keep that to 3 minutes apiece. Thank you so much. Council members, I see Councilman Lopez, and then followed by Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, and really appreciate that presentation from Chief Benitez. Really, really informative. And one of the places that I was able to witness our police chief in action was this past weekend at the dedication of a little library in the Southwinds neighborhood. And he got out there and he was very actively engaging with a group of youth, kids in the neighborhood, and read a book, and also joined by Council Member Basua. So I want to thank all those involved in it for bringing this together and seeing the number of little libraries growing in the city, which is just a really great opportunity to support reading in our city. So just wanted to give that shout out to the chief. And then additionally, what I wanted to make a request of possibly adding for council consideration is based on, I think we all received a few weeks ago, some information requests from residents in the city and in the area regarding hazard pay for grocery workers in the city. And I think it's something I would like to bring that forward for the council to consider. Would be a great benefit to consider for our residents in the city.
Mr. City Manager. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have a couple of updates here, and then a request also. So first and foremost, I know we had a special meeting last week, but prior to that, just some really quick updates. I had the privilege of helping out at the Eastside Little League cleanup that they had there for the league and the baseball fields they had, and to see all the work that was happening. The carpenters were there, and we had a local contractor donate his time to work on revitalizing the snack bar, and Chief Benitez was there, as were other officers, and it was just really great to see everybody come out, and I thank everybody for doing that. And I thank the Eastside Little League and their leadership for inviting me to help out, and it was great. I had to go early because after that I had a meeting with Councilmember Perello and Mr. Gerard Kapusik from the County Ventura Watershed. And we actually went and toured the levees out, SCR 1 specifically, out near River Park, just to get a briefing for me to be brought up to speed on the historical aspects around the levees and what's going on with them. And I look forward to hearing further updates as things progress with that. I hope that the public knows, especially those who live near the levees, that efforts are continuing in this to see what can be done to make sure that those are taken care of. And I can tell you that from what I've found out just from my research, the county and the city are working to see what we can do to get those fixed. All right, and then I also that same evening had the privilege of sitting in on a meeting with our sister city out in Mexico, and it was a great pleasure to be able to do that. It was the first time I'd ever been able to sit in on the meeting, and I'd followed the sister city program, over the years that we've had it. But it was so great to see the members from the other city, as well as former council member Andres Herrera was there, as well as former council member Dorina Padilla. It was really great to participate in that. So thank you. And Councilmember Lopez and Madrigal were there as well. And it was just a really great meeting. So I appreciate the opportunity to participate in that. So then lastly, I would like to make a request for an agenda item, possibly to go first to the Public Works Committee. And I would like to look at an update on progress for our bicycle and pedestrian master plan that we have in the city. And in the light of the unfortunate tragedy of the loss of so many people, so many cyclists this year, including the unfortunate incident that happened in Wainini just a couple weeks ago, I think it'd be great to get an update on what's been done, what we're looking at, especially for our bike lanes and bicycle safety and pedestrian safety, and just get an idea of where we are and where we're heading, and see if we need to revisit or update anything for that master plan. So I would appreciate that if that could go to the appropriate committee, and we can get an update on that for the residents and for that committee. And lastly, the mayor had mentioned it already, but this Sunday is Mother's Day. And I did remember that. I didn't need a reminder from the mayor. I've been reminding myself, but I want to wish a happy Mother's Day to all of the wonderful mothers out there, including my own and including the mother of my children, who is so very patient with me and is very supportive of everything that we're doing. So thank you to all of the mothers who are listening now, those who are on council, those who are on staff, and all those out in the public. And thank you very much. That's my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. That was going to be my comments. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. And of course, I don't have my mom. My mom passed away a couple of years ago. She would have been 97 years old. So now if my wife is listening, she said she's my mother now. So happy birthday, Mirel. Oh, happy Mother's Day for that matter. Thank you so much. And Councilman Perrella?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. We all come from something that's called a mom, and hopefully we respect our moms. So happy Mother's Day. I'd like to publicly thank Mr. Manuel Herrera with Citizens for a Better Oxnard. Tonight was an example of we had a member of the public speak, and he makes statements with respect to conditions. He's made statements with respect to conditions with respect to the cleaning up the green waste, and they're inaccurate. And he was proven to be inaccurate. And Mr. Herrera had the courage, tenacity, and the intestinal fortitude to say something. Mr. Herrera, my hat's off to you. I wish there were more people like you that stood up. Thank you very much, Manuel. And to your site, Citizens for a Better Oxnard.
And Councilman Perrella, I agree with you. I think those statements are correct, and staff responded accordingly, and he corrected it. So thank you for bringing that up. Councilmember Madrigal?
Thank you. I'll kind of continue, but happy Mother's Day to everyone that is a mother. nothing but best wishes on your special day. And it's not just a day, it's every single day. With that in mind, it was my mom's birthday just, a few days ago. So happy belated birthday to her. What also on May 1st, besides it being my mother's birthday, I know that it's a big day for many of the high school students as they are deciding, those of them who are lucky enough to go to four-year school, where they're going. I want to spotlight three of those students, all Oxnard residents, two of which, I had the pleasure of actually teaching over the last 4 years. One of them, he's a football player for Oxnard High School. Coach Moreno, I know, does a great job with those boys down at Oxnard High. And that's Mr. Grant Innes. Grant, went to school, down in over the grade freshman year, but, he kind of realized it wasn't for him. So he went back to his local high school. He played, 2 great years of high school football at Oxnard High School. I know he's going to the University of San Diego for football, and I know that his lifelong dream is to actually become a firefighter. So hopefully when that time comes, he, I would love for him to apply here in the city of Oxnard to become a firefighter. He's a great young man, great strong roots here in this community. So nothing but the best wishes for him. Another student is Miss Layla Harris. I had the pleasure of also being Layla's teacher. Layla's, great young lady. She's going off to UCLA. No offense to me or anyone else on the dais, but I think Layla has, higher goals, and I could actually see her being, very committed, very well-known figure in our community in the future. She, I remember when I met her and I found out that she was from Oxnard, and she had some stories about her experience in middle school, just made me laugh because, I had some of the similar experiences that she had. And lastly, I want to especially thank my young cousin. She's off to Berkeley. She's a great young lady. She was graduating from Channel Islands High School. I went to Channel Islands High School, and although there might be a stigma by others in the community, there are many great schools all along here, the city of Oxnard. She's a great young lady. She was helped out with the Upper Bound program out at Cal Lutheran, helped her out a lot. So I want to thank Mr. Sergio Galvez. I know I went to college with Sergio, and I know he's a great man. He does a lot of service for kids here in the city of Oxnard. And of course, I know my cousin has a tough road ahead of her. First person in her family to go to college, and I know she'll do great though. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay, so we have no other comments, so we're going into the consent items, and we have 1 to 6 items. But before we go into those items, we have a couple of speakers that'd like to speak on the consent item, and that's Pat Brown, followed by Ray Platel.
Miss Pat Brown.
Yes, it's Pat Brown, and I'm looking at the California wood recycling thing on Public Works. I didn't think I had anything on items not on the agenda tonight, but I can tell you that since I'm already here, we still have this big truck problem here on Oxnard Boulevard during the day. And I know that everybody is at work and they don't see it, but those who are out are deeply affected. Maybe late for appointments because of them, maybe see accidents happening because of them. They tear up the sidewalks at the street corners. They hit the the walk lights for the pedestrians. I've seen those knocked over. There's all kinds of bad things that are happening. Plus, they're just plain in the way and taking up way, way, way too much space. And everybody knows all those truck trailer rigs are much bigger now than they were 10 years ago. Absolutely. And Oxnard Boulevard just does not have room for them. I'm sorry. They need to find out other ways to get in and out of Oxnard other than Oxnard Boulevard. There are many, and they have all kinds of chances, but they insist upon taking Oxnard Boulevard, and that's just ruining the downtown city. Nobody wants to go and shop when they have those big, huge truck trailer rigs going by. I mean, they must vibrate and everything else in the retail, I'm sure. It's just not appropriate. So something has to be done there. And I will still be on number 4 Public Works Department when that comes up. I have another topic. Thank you very much. You have a good evening.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Ray Platel. Ray, 3 minutes. Ray, 3 minutes.
Mr. Ray Platel.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Platel, you have 3 minutes to speak.
I would like to confirm, are we on the info and consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Mayor, council members, city staff, and the public. These comments are relative to item K3 on the info and consent agenda. According to Exhibit B-5, Amendment number 6, since 2016, the city of Oxnard has been paying nearly $750,000 to the Ventura Regional Sanitation District to provide regulatory testing and reporting services to monitor the area's groundwater. And by area, I mean the city's golf course, which is a repurposed landfill. Last year, VRSD was paid $97,960. And this coming year, June 30th, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, VRSD is being paid $105,124 via the Golf Course Operations Fund account 651-6402-842.82-09. Mr. Riper will recall that I recently performed a pretty comprehensive analysis of the golf course revenues and expenditures data, including the respective account numbers, and I don't recognize this aforementioned account number. If Mr. Riper would recall my spreadsheet of revenues and expenditures for the golf course, where does this golf course operations fund, the 651-6402-842.82-09 fall, or where is it booked? And is or will this amount be included in the general fund 651 golf course expenditures portion of the CAFR? Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, council members, any items, concerns regarding the consent item? We have 1, 2, 3, 6, excuse me. Items 1 to 6. Councilmember Perrella.
I have no concerns, but I'd appreciate it if we could get someone to answer the question from the public, because if we don't, there's going to be a lot of people making assumptions that I don't believe they should be making.
So do we have Mr. City Manager?
Yes, we'll publish an answer later this week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on consent items 1 to 6?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Councilmember Perrella made motion. Give me a second.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrella,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is report item on Housing Department. The subject management and disbursement agreement with Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association. And the recommendation is the city council approve the management disbursement agreement A8328 with a newly formed downtown improvement association for the operation and administration of the Oxnard Downtown Management District, ODMD, and implementation of ODMD district plan and disbursement of ODMD revenues on an annual basis until terminated. This is pre-recorded in a presentation, and Emilio Ramirez would be available for any comments. But however, before we do that, we have two speakers. There's Pat Brown, followed by Ray Patel. Pat Brown, 3 minutes.
Miss Pat Brown, you may unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. This is number 4, Public Works, Calwood recycling, done by Ackerman on organic waste recycling services at Ackerman facilities.
Pat Brown, this is L1. This is a report on the.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted L4.
We have you down for.
Okay. Did you put me down for L4? Because that's a number that I had given him.
That was an item on the consent
calendar.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the whole thing.
This is the Oxnard Downtown Improvement Association.
Okay. Well, all I have is one question: is in the Ackerman facilities, which one is it going to choose? Hopefully not at Ormond Beach, because of the residue that comes off of it gets onto the sand, and that's it. We can't get rid of it.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you so much.
This is not that item, but I'll just let you know you're correct. It's not going there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Okay, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate your efforts to keep them from there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go back on to wait for the next topic that I'm wanting to speak on is in L1. So
that we are in L1. We're on L1 right now, Pat. Okay, our next speaker is Ray Patel. L1. Ray.
Mr. Patel.
Hello?
Hi, yes, you
Hello.
have 3 minutes. Mr. Patel, you
Thank
have
you
3 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. Mayor, council members, city staff, and the public. The city of Oxnard is entering an agreement with the newly formed Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association, which is a property-based improvement district. The purpose of this district is to fund supplemental program services improvements to assessed parcels. According to paragraph 5.0 of the Management and Disbursement Agreement, the city will administer the DOIA agreement. Paragraph 6 of the same agreement says the city shall not charge any administration fees for the transfer of funds annually to the DOIA. Of the $502,357 budget for FY 2019 and 20, $145.5 thousand is for operations. One question I have is, of this operations budget, is any of this $145,000 for the city services provided in paragraph 5? And if so, how much and what for? The next question is, when will this January 2019 version 1.3 version of the Downtown Oxnard Management District Plan be updated to include the metrics mentioned on slide 5 of the presentation? I don't see any quantifiable metrics in the 2019 plan to assess how well the plan is working and determine whether or not the downtown parcels are actually getting their money's worth. Plus, I think the entire agreement should be severable. Apparently, the agreement can be extended via a parcel member voting process. However, I don't see in the plan where it can be severed at any time by agreement of the impacted parties. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Emilio. Would you like to respond to that?
Mayor, if I may, before we get into the questions, I want to just say a couple items or.
Thank you, Ashley.
Okay, thank you. So as Mayor, you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, this is simply a contractual relationship between the City of Oxnard and the Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association. But what's actually exciting about this item and really important about this item is that it recognizes and implements a framework that Mr. Marco Lamandri, who's on the phone with us this evening, presented to the council back in December of 2019. And at that meeting, Mr. Lamandri, he gave an overview of the success that we were able to see in San Diego's Little Italy. And the common thread between what we see in San Diego's Little Italy district and what we have here in downtown is that with these changes that are being implemented this evening, both of the associations would now become charitable nonprofits. And what that allows for is the leveraging and raising of funds to make the district even stronger. And secondly, both our structure as well as what we saw in San Diego would have robust committee systems. And with that committee system, the district can really focus that funding and their efforts of their board members to implement those priorities of the district plan, which is to improve cleanliness in the downtown, improve the district identity, and support the development and businesses within the district. So from our efforts of December 19th, that when Marco came on board with the city, we've worked closely with the executive director, Abel Magana, as well as many of the stakeholders in downtown to create the association that's before you this evening. We increased the board membership from 6 members to 16 members, making that vehicle more full of people to do the great work that's necessary in downtown. We adopted bylaws, and we also procured a maintenance service provider to implement the priority of being clean and safe. So this is a major step forward in having the right vehicle in place to have consistent and focused progress in the downtown. Emilio Ramirez and Marco Lamandri are both on the phone and can address the specific questions that were raised about metrics and how to terminate the agreement. But this is the first step that we need to actually have the board moving forward to develop the metrics. So with that, if I can turn it over to Emilio to address the funding question, or to Marco, I'd appreciate it. Thank you for the time, Mayor.
Yeah, Emilio.
Thank you, City Manager's Office and Mayor and Council. Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. First, I think regarding the metrics, the reporting, the new plan, I'm going to defer that to Marco. He's working with the organization to draft a new plan, and it'll come forth within the next 12 months in terms of status and et cetera. I'll answer the contracting, the severability questions after Marco has an opportunity to introduce the continuing effort with DOYA and with the new organization and its management of the downtown management district. So I'll go to Marco first, and then we can come back and answer the questions about severability.
Yeah, Marco.
Marco, you're muted, Marco.
You're muted.
There, that helps.
Yep.
I've been working, as was mentioned by the Assistant City Manager, over the past year, and we were a little interrupted from our December 2019 presentation by this international pandemic, which slowed the work down but didn't stop it. So the intent from the outset was to create a really dynamic board of directors that are utilizing about $150,000 a year in city funds as payment into the assessment district. The city manager had hoped for an orientation that would attract a lot more capital and attention as well as customers to downtown. But so much of that has to be wrapped up in housing and bringing housing into downtown. You guys have incredible amounts, and just as a way of background, I formed 89 of these districts, or my company has formed. It's a family-owned company. We formed 89 of these districts all throughout the country, about 80 of them in California. So we can see the results and see which ones work and which ones don't work. What we're trying to do was take best practices and then apply them to downtown Oxnard. In that process, I worked closely with the board of directors of the ODMD, which has managed the district for the past 20 years. And we sought to find a better way of providing services with the same amount of same budget. The first thing we wanted to do was switch to a charitable public benefit corporation. So the district could leverage its $504,000 or $505,000 in assessments to attract more revenue in order to improve downtown. We also wanted to expand the board to bring in a lot more stakeholders, whether they be business or property owners. And as Ashley had mentioned, the board has been expanded from 6 to 16. We have filed already with the state of California. The Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association has been approved by the Secretary of State, and we're in the process of getting 501c3 status from the IRS. And as Ashley also mentioned, we have had our third meeting will be this month, next week on May 13th, elected a new set of board of directors, appointed, self-appointed new board members, and they're all required to work on one of the committees of the board because we realize the committees of the board are like the legs of a table. The intent and purpose of doing all this is to expedite the revitalization of downtown Oxnard. Again, you guys have tremendous assets. You have one of the only downtowns outside of Union Square in downtown LA that has a train station smack in the middle of its downtown. And the ability and the potential for housing, particularly post-COVID, as we're really entering a remote work environment, it makes downtown Oxnard an excellent place to live in and maybe commute to LA if someone works there 2, maybe 3 times per week. That's going on throughout the country right now. And it just creates this environment that none of us anticipated over a year ago, where Oxnard could really become a functioning remote working community for some of the larger employers in the LA metropolitan area. But the assets, as I've laid out, are pretty tremendous. You have a great microclimate, you're flat, you have great historical significance, you have great architecture, and now it's just a question of filling in the pieces. And I think with this new board of directors, the assessments are like the fuel, and the new board of directors and the new 501c3 corporation is the vehicle. So it looks as if there's a lot of optimism. 5 of the 6 previous ODMD board members are also on the board of the Downtown Oxnard Improvement Association. Steve Huber, who used to be on the Planning Commission, is the current president, elected president. And we brought in other people that have done development in downtown Oxnard in order to tell people and explain to people what a great place Oxnard is to invest in, to live in, to open up a business in, etc. So we're all very optimistic, and the committees are starting to move together. And Abel Magana is still the executive director, and we'll work closely with him through this transition period.
Thank you, Marco. Emilio, you want to?
Thank you, Marco, Mayor and Council. First of all, to answer part of the question, the existing management plan was a plan that was drafted in the existence of the Oxnard Downtown Management District, or ODMD, who currently exists and is transitioning to this new organization called DOYA. DOYA will inherit that plan and work on drafting a new management plan during the next 12 months, and that'll come to council once the board is intact, as Marco mentioned, and able to bring forth a new plan for council consideration. It has not yet been drafted, therefore I cannot get or answer questions faithfully relative to its goals and standards and etc., but it will be drafted by the new DOYA board in full collaboration. Next, regarding severability and termination. I think it was really about severability relative to individual property owners, although that's not really how the question was asked. So I'll try to answer it in 2 ways. Number 1, the agreement indicates that termination can occur at any moment with 60 days notice. This is an agreement between the city and the new Downtown Improvement Association, or DOYA, for management of the downtown PBID. So 2 different things. There is a property-based district that exists in downtown, and that property-based district collects an assessment from the property owners in that district. Then we contract with DOYA to manage that district. And that includes transferring the funds that we collected from the property owners to DOYA for the management of the district. So we could terminate the agreement with Doya for management of that district per notice per page 9 of the agreement. But I believe the question was more about, can individual property owner sever itself from the property-based district and therefore not pay the assessment? The answer to that is no. It has to continue to maintain for as long as the district stays alive. But we can sever the agreement, if you will, between Doya and have someone else manage that PBID if that is the desire of the council.
Thank you, Emilio. Emilio, the question I have is the 16 members that you have now, are they all stakeholders? I think I might have missed that.
Yes, they're all stakeholders in a variety of different ways, including the city. The city does own property within the district in downtown, and we are a representative on the board and paying member of the district.
So we're part of the district. Okay.
That's correct.
Council member, let me see. I think initially I had Council member Madrigal and then Perello.
I just have a quick question, and I know it's still going to take time, but when the time comes, I know when I was a part of the ODMD, I know that there was businesses around the area that necessarily didn't meet the criteria because they weren't inside PBID borders, and I know that there's others who don't want nothing to do with PBID, and I understand that, but there are certain businesses that do want to join that particular area in the downtown, and they're literally right there on 8th Street, between 8th and 9th. Are we going to be reaching out to like neighboring around the borders of the PBID to see if some businesses are interested? When the time comes, obviously not tomorrow, but in the near future.
Emilio, can you answer that? Mm-hmm.
Emilio, you want me to answer that?
Yeah, Marco.
Or Marco?
Yes. The simple answer is yes. And we'll also be looking at the boundaries to see if there are other areas that could use those improvements, as long as the property owners support the payment of the assessments and they want those special benefits. Then we can always look at expanding the district. So $500,000 is a decent amount, but I think that we're talking about the entire downtown. So expanding the district allows us to generate a little bit more revenue on top of looking for grants, et cetera.
Okay, Councilmember Perello.
Thank you for the report. Can you name the members of this new board?
I can. We have Alfredo Plasencia, Lorenzo Castillo, Kim Riccardi, Ozzy Lopez, Luis Hernandez, Tiffany Lopez, Steve Hoover, Magda Wendt, Gary Bloom, Michelle Kenny, Vito Automatus, Matt Manzi, Clayton Coates, Rob Deverex, and Ricardo Torres.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Council members, any additional questions, or what's the pleasure of the council?
I will move the recommended action.
Okay, moved by Basua, Councilman Basua, and second by.
Second.
Okay, Madrigal.
Excuse me, but I was on L1. Could I ask a question?
Okay, ma'am,
Yes.
You've had your moment to speak.
Can I speak now?
We're in the.
No, it's
To L1, I had requested to speak it on L1.
We're in the. Okay, we'll give you 1 minute.
We will give you 1 minute, Pat. Please
go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm the neighborhood chair for 5 Points Northeast neighborhood, which is along Oxnard Boulevard from the 3rd Street overpass all the way south to where the railroad tracks crosses the South Oxnard Boulevard. It's quite an odd neighborhood. I live in the Royal Palms, north of Woolley Road and just east of Oxnard Boulevard. We have almost all of it is multifamily housing in that area. And I have been at the city to try to get more multifamily housing in that area for a very long time. Nothing seems to get anywhere. I would like to at least be able to sit in on the meetings involving the redevelopment of the downtown area and the fix-up. I would like to sit in. Not that I'm a board member or have any say, but I would like to sit in. I do a monthly newsletter, news magazine for the Royal Palms Mobile Home Park at 12.
Thank you, Pat. And so we had a motion by Councilwoman Basua and all seconded by Councilman Madrigal. Roll call.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you so much. Our next item
Thank you
is,
very much.
thank you, Marco, and the rest of the staff. Thank you
My
for the
pleasure. Thanks.
Our next item is L2, this Community Development Department. The subject is offsite improvement agreement between the City of Oxnard and Oxnard Union High School District for public improvements associated with the construction of Del Sol High School located near the northeast corner of Rose Avenue and Camino del Sol, APN 214-0020635. And the recommendation to the City Council find that the project is not subject to additional environmental review pursuant to the provision of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, Public Resource Code, Section 12083, Guideline Section 15168C4-5 and E, and also to approve the offsite improvement agreements between the City of Oxnard and Oxnard Union School District for public improvements associated with the construction of the Del Sol High School. And this again was pre-recorded under Measure M, and Vito's going to be the person, but we have one speaker, and that is Dr. Tom McCoy, the superintendent.
Thank
Dr.
you. Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and council and city staff. My name is Dr. Tom McCoy. I'm the superintendent of Oxnard Union High School District, and just running as fast as I can to finish my first year in this position. And I've been in the assistant superintendent chair the last 5 years. And when I was a much younger person, I was the principal of Hueneme High School, serving our South Oxnard families and community. I just wanted to be here tonight to say how grateful we are for our renewed partnership with the City of Oxnard. We've had several meetings to develop this agreement, and I really wanted to thank Mr. Nguyen, Ashley Golden, Ken Roselle, Jeff Pangeli, and Joe Pearson for all their good work, along with our staff, to come up with a plan that we believe supports the infrastructure needs of the city in an ongoing way, and also supports the 2,000 to 2,500 students who will populate Del Sol High School when we open in August of 2023. We have approved this agreement with our Board of Trustees in a 5-0 vote on April 21st at our school board meeting. And we have also signed a leaseback agreement with Balfour Beatty to begin construction on Del Sol High School, phase 1A, 1B, and 2, starting later this month in May. And I just, again, from our staff to your staff, thank you for our renewed partnership. Thank you for the hard work on both sides. And we're grateful to move forward with this wonderful project in our East Side community together. So thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you, Dr. McCoy. Do you have any other speakers from the high school? If not, council members, any questions on this item? If not, okay, we have council member Tehran followed by Madrigal. Tehran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Dr. McCoy for coming out to speak tonight. Just a real quick question for staff for the benefit of the public watching tonight or watching this online. Can we just explain exactly what offsite improvements entails, what that would look like, and how this progresses this project of building a new high school at the corner of Rose and Camino del Sol?
So good evening, council members. I'm here with the city team, which includes Principal Planner Joe Pearson, Planning Manager Scott Kolwitz, and Community Development Director Guido Adamatis, to give a brief overview. The agreement before you tonight lays out the timing of the offsite improvements. The agreement allows the school district to start construction of its new school at the same time that they are constructing the offsite improvements. The offsite improvements were determined pursuant to environmental documents which the district prepared, as well as various city documents. We also had extended discussions with the district to ensure that the impacts of the new school were going to be mitigated by these improvements. We're happy to go over the specific offsite improvements if you like, but that's the general overview that we have.
I appreciate that. And just really, I think I'm looking for, just in a nutshell, what would that offsite improvements that would be mitigating things like traffic, or what does that tangibly look like to the general public? What would they see that being? And we don't have to get too specific, but just in general.
Absolutely. I think that the biggest one that the residents will see will be the widening of Rose Avenue. If you've driven down Rose recently, you've seen that the eucalyptus trees have been taken down, and as of this morning, they were a pile of wood chips. Rose Avenue is going to be widened, and there's going to be sidewalks, bike paths, and additional lanes. There's a number of other road improvements that are going to occur, including road widening along the Del Sol Park on Rose Avenue. So they will add a bike lane that will assist the city's bicycle and pedestrian master plan facility. So there's also going to be another public road right through the middle of the Ballhart property. That's going to be an extension of Jacinto Drive to Camino del Luna. So, and there's other improvements. And if Joe, if you could jump in and describe some of the other improvements that would be constructed pursuant to this agreement.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Some of the other improvements include the widening of Camino del Sol.
Hey, Joe, we can barely hear you.
You mentioned the road extension that will go through the Mohart property. There will be an additional, sorry.
Joe, can you get closer to your mic? We can barely hear you. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Thank you.
Joe, I think you actually need to turn off your camera. The connection's just not good. If you can try that, it worked last time in the service center to turn the camera off. Scott, if not, can you jump in on the improvements, or Jeff Pengelly's on the line?
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, can't hear him.
Joe, go ahead and try again.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now? Is that?
Yes, go ahead.
So
Please proceed.
A little bit better.
Yes.
Much better.
Yeah, some of the, okay. Again, as I was mentioning, some of the improvements include a new road that will be running along the eastern edge of the school property that will connect into the East Village Park that is currently located there, as well as the extension of Central Drive. Again, as Ken mentioned, there will be bike lanes provided.
We're losing connection.
There
with
will also be intersection improvements.
Mayor, I apologize, but his connection speed is so bad, I can't hear anything.
We can't,
Right.
we can't,
Right.
Vito,
we're
we
gonna-
can't hear him.
Right. Hey, Joe, hang on, Mr. Mayor. Joe,
There'll
go
be
ahead.
intersection
Joe,
improvements
Joe,
to Camino
Joe, go ahead and
Colonia.
pause.
There'll be
Joe.
intersection improvements to Rose and Camino del Sol,
I
to
think
Rose and
Joe is
Camino
on an
de la
old
Luna.
American online dial-up modem. Joe, go ahead and pause. Let's see if Scott can take over and have a better connection. Scott?
Yes, Alex, let me jump in here. Can the council hear me clearly?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. So the improvements that we're talking about, the big ones, it's the widening of Rose Avenue between Cesar Chavez Drive and the southerly property of Del Sol Park, south of Camino del Sol, and associated pedestrian landscaping improvements. The widening of Camino del Sol between Rose Avenue and the school's easterly property line and associated pedestrian and landscaping improvements. There's a variety of intersection improvements that we'll see happen. Rose Avenue and Cesar Chavez Drive is one of them. In addition, the Rose Avenue and Camino de la Luna intersection, the road.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to jump in and continue.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can hear me. So intersections at Rose Avenue and Camino del Sol and Colonial Road, and Camino del Sol and the proposed high school main driveway. So those are some of the road improvements that will occur. So these will help our infrastructure and with the additional traffic which is generated by this 52-acre site.
So the outside items are the responsibility of the city. Is what we really, I think, the council member wanted to share with the public.
No, these are actually going to be paid for by
Outside.
the district as part of the improvement agreement.
Outside, but they'll reimburse the city. Is that what it is?
No, these will actually be constructed by the high school district. And these are with very limited exceptions, these are at the cost of the district, and
okay,
the majority of them are not subject to reimbursement.
Okay, thank you. Then we have
Can I call back the floor if that's okay, Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Tuan, what's that?
I just wanted to call the floor back just to finalize it. I appreciate the answer to the question. And, Mr. Kolwitz, Mr. Roselle, and Mr. Pearson, I don't think I've ever been so in suspense to hear what the improvements would be to the city streets. But thank you very much for that response. And I hope the public was able to hear that and look forward to these improvements we'll get. And thank you again, Dr. McCoy. Looking forward to the new school progressing as well. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have Councilman Madrigal followed by Councilmember Perello.
Thank you. I actually do have a few questions. First, let me go back. I'm so sorry. Okay. The widening of Rose Avenue, I know as it is right now, just recently over the last 10 years, over the last decade, it became a three-way street, or 5, I guess, lane street, in certain parts from Camino del Sol all the way to 5th Street. But to put that bike lane, are we going to take away from the median or are we taking away from the park? That's one question. My second question, because I know residents in East Village, the last 2 neighborhood meetings that I've gone to, their biggest issue with the school is actually Jacinto in the back, that people are going to be going, 50 miles an hour down that street just to connect down to Rose. Is there any way that, we could put roundabouts similar to what West Village has right behind Pacifica High School? That's like, question or suggestion. And third, on slide 6 of the presentation, it talks about some of the key public improvements. And it mentions Rose and Cesar Chavez, Rose and Camino de la Luna, Rose and Camino del Sol. And I have like questions about the last two. One of them says Camino del Sol and Colonia Road, unless, and then in parentheses it says unless waived. What does that mean? And the second one talks about the high school's main driveway. I know the high school is going to be right in front of the Rose Park neighborhood. And I know that at a neighborhood meeting, there was statements stated by one of the consultants from the high school district. But my key question is the light going to be where Gibraltar is across the street from Rose Park? So that way it makes easier connection, or is it going to be somewhere else along, near the apartments or, closer to Koala, simply because I know that's going to become more of a traffic congestion type of deal as far as where the entrance of the high school may be. And then I think that might be all. Yep, I think that is it.
Okay, who's going to answer that?
Mr. Mayor, Jeff Gilly, Assistant Director.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I may need some help going through those questions, Councilman Madrigal, specifically on the bike lane improvements in front of Del Sol Park. That would be additional right-of-way obtained towards the park to accommodate the 8-foot wide, if I recall, bike lane. There's a variety of utilities there that will have to be relocated, and we'll work through that process with the district. And I'm sorry, could you go through the other questions one by one?
Roundabout.
Yes, the second question I had actually, was on Jacinto, which would be behind Del Sol High School. I know the East Village residents have major concerns about people or residents driving 50 miles an hour down behind the high school. Is there any possible way that we could put roundabouts on Jacinto so that way, it doesn't just become, people speeding all the way through, or it's a shortcut for people to cut through traffic either on Camino del Sol or on Rose Avenue? Simply, and to be quite honest with you, sometimes, when I have to go to the Palms, it's easier to go through the East Village neighborhood than it is to go down Rose and Gonzalez. So I know that people use the neighborhood as a cutway through to get from place A to place B. So I know the residents' concern is the speed on which would be behind the high school on Jacinto.
That's a great point. I'll have to consult with the city traffic engineer. We've just within the last about 3 weeks ago received the improvement plans themselves, which will detail the construction of the proposed roadway improvements. I can't say off the top of my head. I'm fairly certain there is not proposed a roundabout now. I don't know if there's other speed limiting devices such as speed bumps or anything like that. I will be happy to discuss that with Tim Botcham, our city traffic engineer, and get back to you on that.
Okay, and then my third and fourth question are both on slide 6 of the presentation, and it has to do with the last 2 bullet points about improvements to certain intersections. The second to last one is the intersection improvements on Camino del Sol and Colonia Road, but in parentheses it does say unless waived. What does that mean?
Yes, good question. In the conditions and I believe in the agreement as well, there was a question whether or not there was what's called a warrant for a traffic signal if the level of service of that intersection really met the requirements for a signal to be installed. And our city traffic engineer was working with the district's engineering consultants to make that determination. There is a belief that it could be required when the school reaches its ultimate capacity, and the district's engineer believes that that still won't be warranted at that point. So we did make a concession to the district to study that intersection as the school ramps up. They'll have to provide improvement plans and bonding for the construction of that signal. But if they can prove to our city traffic engineer that it's not warranted, even with full school build out, backed up by additional studies and data, then that improvement would not be required.
Well, I have a follow-up, and I know that you can't answer this, and I know technically the superintendent can't answer this because this would ultimately go to their board, but I think it'll all depend on what the school boundaries would be for the school. So I know that we'd probably have to wait on that until those boundaries are actually established, because we can't necessarily, say yes or no right now unless we know what the school boundaries are going to be for that particular high school. And then my last question is, would be the main entrance or the main driveway to the school. Would the main driveway or entrance into the school coincide with Gibraltar, which is that side street, if you're driving down Camino del Sol, that leads to Rose Park?
I don't have the exhibit or maps in front of me, council member. I apologize. There was a lot of study with that main entrance to the school off of Camino del Sol. There will be a signalized improvement there. And the study focused on the number and length of the left turn lane pockets turning northbound into the school. But I can't answer at this time whether or not that aligns with Gibraltar.
Okay, that works. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perrella.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment, the staff presentation that we don't show and the staff report heavily details the improvements that are in there. So if the public wants to see that, maybe Mayor, we give them the identify again how they can get a hold of that and see that staff presentation. But I want to thank Councilman Madrigal for asking that question, the waiver, because I'm looking at this, so we have an opportunity with the new superintendent here, and I hope I personally have a better relationship with him than the previous one for asking questions. If we take the Oxnard High School District as an example, and the way the traffic is at 2 times during the day, when they go to school and when they come out, and the things that any member of the public can see on a major thoroughfare, Gonzales, in front of that high school, and we extrapolate that to look at Rose Avenue, what has transpired on Rose Avenue over the last, and it was mentioned Rose Avenue by a council member, it's expanded, and yet the traffic on Rose Avenue, I would not think it would be less, no matter what the boundaries are, that if there is the need for a traffic light, we are going to make an assumption on a staff person hired by the school district, for lack of a better way to say it than flat out saying it, for the benefit of the school district, that would impact the residents of Oxnard traveling on that street. So I would like very much to know that somehow we're not trusting that somebody's vested interest is not the primary driver on whether there is a waiver of what is believed to be required or not. We have 2 governmental bodies here, school district and city, both of them working hand in hand for the benefit of this community, terrific community. Grateful that the superintendent has come up through the ranks in this thing, and wish him the very best in luck. But this is something to look out for the entire city of Oxnard, because there's no way around some of these areas when schools go into place and the traffic is generated. Much more opportunity and benefit, and I guess you could say more affluence. Many more students drive to school or are chauffeured by parents than was 10, 20 years ago. And this causes tremendous traffic congestions at peak times of the day when others want to use the traffic. And in this presentation, if we have need of a stoplight at a certain area, this waiver, again, I thank Madrigal for asking that question. That's a biggie. That's a biggie, and I would be very suspicious on the motives for any waiver of that. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me ask. And I hope that we do, again, tell the public how they can watch this presentation, because the identification of all the improvements is extremely explicit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, through the chair, Councilmember Perrello, there is a checks and balance here, which is the school district's engineering team would have to convince the city's traffic engineer, who's hired by the city. So it's not a one-way street there. And then very quickly, the staff report presentation is available online at the city's website, also at the city's YouTube page. Thank you.
And you know, council members, excellent presentation and question, because Camino del Sol and Gibraltar in that area is highly traveled road, and I commend you for that. I think that should be signalized, you know, or looked at least with work with the traffic engineer. Those are good questions. And I also want to thank again the school district and Dr. McCoy. Got the pleasure of meeting him the other day when we presented this $25,000 to the folks here in South Oxnard the other day at Channel Islands. And it's a good relationship with the school district, the high school district, and the city of Oxnard. It's excellent. Thank you again for the presentations, and staff too for the hard work that you've done on this major project. Any additional questions from our council members? Now we need a motion. If not,
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the recommended action.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, and second by Councilwoman Lopez. Roll call.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
No, and let the record show that I voted no because there was no proof that the entrance would coincide with Gibraltar and Rose Park.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again, please?
That the main entrance of the school cannot be shown or proven that it will coincide with the Gibraltar Street and Rose Park across the street.
Thank you. Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. Our next item is a Public Works Department item. This is an agreement A8280 with Waste Management of California Incorporated for solid waste disposal. And the recommendation is the City Council, number 1, approve an addendum, number 6, to the Simi Valley Landfill and Recycling Center Expansion Project Final Environmental Impact Report, and 2, approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement A8280 with Waste Management of California Incorporated for an estimated value of $53,210,723 for a 5-year term from May 15, 2021 to May 14, 2026 for solid waste disposal at the Simi Valley landfill. And of course, this was also required by Measure M as a pre-recorded presentation. And we have Greg Beck that might answer some questions, but we have some speakers before we continue, and we have Chris Thyssen, and followed by Robert Kwan, and I understand there's 2 other speakers, and I don't have that information. So we start off with Chris from VRSD.
Mr. Chris Thyssen.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and members of the City Council. I'm Chris Tyson, the General Manager of the Ventura Regional Sanitation District, and I thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. The city has historically maintained contracts with both landfills in the county. It's my belief that this concept has been embraced by Oxnard officials over the years because the arrangement makes sense in terms of competition and redundancy in the case of a landfill closure or other emergency. VRSD has recently spent several years and several $1,000s pursuing permit modifications on the premise that Oxnard would continue to partner with VRSD and enable VRSD to better serve the city and other solid waste customers on the western side of Ventura County. The Ventura County Board of Supervisors approved a modification to VRSD's conditional use permit on March 16th. In essence, providing VRSD with a mandate to keep the Toland Road landfill open until it is filled and to accept more solid waste on a daily basis from customers on the western side of Ventura County. Awarding 100% of the city's municipal solid waste to Simi Valley landfill is at odds with the County Board of Supervisors' decision regarding the Toland Road landfill. VRSD guaranteed the city in writing on February 2nd that it would accept up to 67% of the city's waste, even without any permit modifications. This option literally represents a lower cost to the city in the range of $22,000 to $143,000 per year. These savings were calculated using information provided in the agenda report, but they do not consider the potential for tipper trailers because your council voted to replace 10 of the city's 11 trailers and with walking floor trailers just 2 months ago. Simi Valley landfill is irrefutably farther from the city than the Toland Road landfill. This additional distance directly results in additional miles on the road traveled. And depending on the route taken, cities and communities to the east of the city, such as Moore Park, Somas, Camarillo, and Thousand Oaks, will experience additional truck traffic from Oxnard. Please reconsider acting on this tonight. Something seems not quite right about this process and how it has transpired. Maybe the city should consider splitting the waste stream down the middle with 50% to both landfills, or just cancel this RFP and extend the existing contracts. If the city truly wants to seek the lowest cost and environmentally superior scenario, consider the 67%, 33% split, with 67% of the waste going to the Toland Road landfill. I've recently provided some information by email to the city council members based on some questions that were posed, and I could answer any other questions you may have. In any case, thank you very much for your time and for considering my comments.
Thank you, Chris. Robert Kwan.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and members of the Oxnard City Council. My name is Robert Kwong. I'm a partner at the law firm of Arnold, La Rochelle, Matthews, Vanconis, and Zerbel in Oxnard, California. I'm the general counsel for VRSD, and I just wanted to make a couple of pointed comments about the action item before you. I will say at the outset that I do not believe that the action before you complies with the California Environmental Quality Act. Again, it does not comply with the California Environmental Quality Act for 3 reasons. Number one, it does not comply with SB 97, which was adopted in 2007 as a part of the California Global Warming Solutions Act to reduce greenhouse gases from transportation. The SB 97 resulted in Public Resources Code Section 21099, and there's nothing in the addendum that is before you that shows compliance with that Public Resources Code section. In addition, Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations, 15064.3, identifies how you are to analyze vehicle miles traveled as a part of transportation impacts of a particular project. There is no compliance with that section of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations. It is important to know that the reduction of greenhouse gases is important not only as a regional issue, but as a local issue. And the action before you implicates problems with meeting those goals of greenhouse gas reductions, as well as an environmental justice issue, not only to the citizens of Oxnard, who will be subject to greater greenhouse gas emissions from longer drives from the Del Norte Recycling Center and Transfer Station all the way out to Simi Valley. Secondly, there is an abuse of the use of an addendum to a previously adopted EIR. Again, there is an abuse of the use of an addendum from a previously adopted EIR. There is an attempt now to latch on to a 2010 final EIR for the Simi Valley landfill. It's important to note that in 2010, that action was done and there was no compliance with SB 97 at that point in time. There is no way that this project before you of extending all of your waste out to Simi Valley complies with Title 14, California Code of Regulations 15164, 15153, and 15162. It's because only an addendum is for minor technical changes, or if there is no need for a supplemental or substantial, or excuse me, subsequent EIR. And therefore it violates those terms of CEQA. And then finally, the use of speculation in terms of the project description, describing the project as having tipping trailers when in fact there is no tipping trailers, and that action is not part of this project. Therefore, there is no mention of that, and therefore speculation does not constitute substantial evidence of no significant impact. So I would ask your board to consider the CEQA compliance and the fact that it does not comply with CEQA, and that this action is not properly before you because it does not comply with the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Chris, do you have any other speakers? Because we had some technical problems earlier getting through. Do you have any other speakers from VRSD?
No, Mayor. Thank you very much for asking, but we don't have anyone else lined up. We have others lined up in case any questions should arise.
Okay, and so we have Todd Housley that might be able to answer some of those questions, and probably Craig back also. Todd?
Thank you, Mayor.
There were some concerns on CEQA and also on the greenhouse and the EIR and the addendum to the EIR and so forth.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Todd Vasquez Housley, Environmental Resources Division Manager. I'm going to defer the CEQA questions to Scott Kolwitz, our specialist in the city for that purpose, and also to Paul Early, but I will address the other questions at this time. The terms of this not being a competitive or having competition or redundancy from Mr. Tyson are not true. We would still have the ability to contract with VRSD as a backup landfill, just as we would have the ability to contract with other landfills like Chiquita, which are in the same region of the county, approximately 10 miles apart from each other. The issues with the walking floor trailers, he's also incorrect. On the 2nd of March, we approved transfer trailers. The staff report clearly says transfer trailers because, as you recall, this item was initially scheduled or agendized on January 12th for the Public Works Committee, and it was continued. So not knowing the results of this process, we on purpose described the trailers as transfer trailers, and we did not specify walking floor versus tipper trailers. So that staff report is available. It's public record. But also on that topic, we moving forward can use both. We have other material that we haul to other processors for organic material, and the walking floor trailers will continue to be used, but it is preferable and the environmental superior choice to use tipper trailers to take solid waste to a landfill to do exactly what they're claiming we aren't going to, or we are going to do, is to reduce our truck trips, therefore reducing our carbon footprint, and also reducing wear and tear and maintenance on our vehicles because they're a much simpler apparatus that requires less maintenance and they're cheaper to acquire. The 67% that he mentioned, he stated was February 2nd. That is true, but that is 6 months after we closed the bid on July 29th, 2020. So prior to that, I would like to read directly from their proposal, if I may. VRSD hereby guarantees that it will accept up to 100% of the city's solid waste on both a daily and annual basis throughout the term of the future agreement, conditional upon approval of modification to all relevant permits. So prior to this February 2nd letter, any rates that were issued between 50% and 100% by VRSD were conditional upon a permit modification, which they still do not have, and we're beyond the 6 months from this February 2nd letter. So on that point, I do not think it complies with our procurement rules. We had a fair and open process, and it was transparent. We took extra time to take the extra look at the items that were brought up on January 12th by VRSD so that we could have the complete picture for our ratepayers in public. I believe that addresses all of Mr. Tyson's points. I'll turn it over now to Scott or to Paul Early on the CEQA issues.
Yeah, Scott, the concern was that there was an abuse of the addendum EIR, is that, can you respond to that?
Yes, Mayor Zaragoza, members of the council. Hopefully my sound is coming across opposed to the last item. So right off the bat, the city does believe that the correct environmental document was processed. We do believe that an addendum was appropriate. There's a 3-pronged test to determine if an addendum is the right document or not. First and foremost, have substantial changes to the project occurred that would increase the severity of any of the prior impacts previously identified in the EIR? We find that that would not be the case. Have there been substantial changes that have occurred under which the circumstances of the project is undertaken? And we don't believe that that has been something that has been triggered at this point in time. And third, is there new information of substantial importance that would change the underlying findings of the EIR? And we don't feel that that has occurred either. The EIR that had previously been adopted by the county has been processed with 5 addendums since it had originally been adopted. The most recent one, the county addenda occurred in 2020 by the county. So we feel that the document, even though it does have some years under it, it is still a valid document. In particular, there was questions about VMT and greenhouse gases and how does this project relate to those particular issues. In our agenda, we do talk about that and provide data behind our decisions. And what we found was due to this project being implemented, we're going to see a decrease in the number of daily truck trips. We're going to see a decrease in the vehicle miles traveled, and we're going to see a decrease in the emissions coming off the vehicles. And all of those things taken collectively should reduce both greenhouse gases as well as air quality impacts. So in short, we believe that this project as being implemented is not only consistent with the prior environmental document, but will result in less impact than the current scenario that's occurring out in the field today. Yeah, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Another question I have, I know the city manager wants to share something, but Todd, the question I have is can you compare or give us some differences between the tipper trailers compared to the walking floors?
Yes, Mayor. A tipper trailer is a trailer that is quite simple vehicle. It does not include extra mechanisms to unload the waste. It weighs less, and it can transmit or transport approximately 3 more tons per trip to a landfill. Once it's unloaded, it returns with a lower tear weight, further reducing emissions and wear and tear on a vehicle. The benefit of this is when you arrive at the landfill, there's devices that raise the truck up, dump the waste out. It's done much quicker, and your turnaround time is also quicker. A walking floor trailer is probably the most common way of doing things that people are trying to move away from, just for the reasons I explained. But there are still materials that require a walking floor trailer, and what that is it's a trailer that's the same size. It has a device and mechanical parts that help unload the waste. It takes more time, it requires more maintenance, and they are slightly more expensive to acquire. The 3 more tons average per load significantly reduces our truck trips, and it significantly reduces our cost per ton to also transport waste to the landfill.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a few comments because this has been a elongated and frustrating process. Now, I thought it was interesting that the general manager of VRSD, Mr. Thyssen, made the comment that there, quote, something seems not quite right about this process, end quote. So let me just get to the point about what's not right. What's not right is VRSD's continuous attempts to circumvent the city's bidding process. That's what's not right here. When we completed the process, we had published the winning bid. And after seeing those numbers, VRSD came back afterwards making a different proposal. We all know that's not how it works. And these various arguments, whether it's about CEQA compliance or about the balance of what the needs are in the county or about preventing a monopoly by waste management, these are all the arguments you hear anywhere where there's a garbage franchise or garbage service contract up for grabs. But I want to make a few points about those arguments with regard to the needs of the county. I think in the spirit of cooperation, that would be fine, but the city of Oxnard's ratepayers should not be expected to subsidize the rest of the county. The way to prevent a monopoly by one company is to compete with them fairly in the open market. And clearly that has not been achieved by VRSD. The difference of these bids come out to basically almost $700 or maybe a little bit more than $700,000 a year savings to our ratepayers. Those are the options before you, and that's why we recommend going with waste management at CME. Now, perhaps in the next round, because this is a 5-year contract, perhaps in the next round, VRSD will be in a better position to compete fairly. But that's really just getting to the heart of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make some comments here before we go to the other council members. Council members and staff and members of the public, I am concerned about the transfer of 100% of refuse to waste management Simi Valley. And I believe that it'll create a lack of a balance between a private and a governmental landfill. And I believe, this is my belief, that it potentially could create a monopoly of solid waste disposal facilities in Ventura County. And also believe that potentially it could be the demise of VRSD, the toll and landfill, we will cause an imbalance in the future. However, I also believe that the information and the reports that I've gotten from staff and from VRSD, that it'll be to the benefit of a residential and commercial ratepayers here in Oxnard, with a potential savings of over $700,000 per year by contracting with waste management. And if my numbers are correct, if you multiply that by 5 years, we're looking at probably potentially of a $3.5 million saving for our residents here in Oxnard. Lastly, I also believe that the VRSD management did not answer the many, many concerns that Oxnard had for future options and landfill operations. Where do we put our waste if we have an earthquake? What do we do with if X happens? What do we do if Y happens? And VRSD did not mention those or satisfy those concerns. To me, it's very, very difficult to vote yes for this item or this agenda item, because I had the opportunity to work with VRSD for many, many, many years as a manager of the refuse division for the city of Oxnard, and also as a policymaker. So consequently, right now I'm very disappointed with VRSD not being able to compete in the open market, against waste management. Because I've had a lot of pleasure working with VRSD boards and past managements. So therefore, right now at this time, I believe that I need to support the ratepayers of Oxnard and the residents and commercial residents of the city of Oxnard. So at this time, it really is hard for me to vote yes on this item, but I have to look at our ratepayers and our commercial ratepayers for the next 5 years. And it was mentioned before, hopefully, potentially, maybe VRSD can stay viable for the next 5 years and maybe compete with waste management, because I believe that we still need that balance here in Ventura County. Thank you, council members. Council members, any questions or concerns? Oh, Councilmember Turan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you staff for putting together this comprehensive report on what we're looking at in front of us. And thank you to the VRSD staff who has been providing emails and information for being here tonight as well. I had a couple questions that I was writing down, and a lot of them have already been addressed by the ensuing conversation, so I appreciate that. Last two things that I do have here, though. One has been partially addressed in regards to the use of the phrase and concept of redundancy. If for some reason Waste Management was unable to accept 100% or whatever refuse we're sending their way, what is our backup plan in place based on what we had in front of us for this proposal? And I know it was stated in the staff report, but I just wanted to have that clarified for the record. And then that's my first question. My second and final question, VRSD staff was here suggesting a possible 67% acceptance of our landfill or our refuse. And based on what I read in the staff report and what I've gathered from discussing with staff, they had a difficult time accepting in the mid 40% with our current agreement with them. And so if they had a difficulty receiving even mid 40s percent, which of our refuse, and I believe they even, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but they had to adjust their acceptance from other municipalities in order to accept more of our refuse, then I'm just curious, or I'm not sure how that equates. How can they promise 67% today when they've had trouble accepting 45% to 48% now with the current agreement? And those are my two questions. I'm not sure who to direct those from staff who would answer those.
Mr. Housley can field those questions.
Todd.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilmember Turan. As far as backup, the agreement with, or the proposal with Waste Management provides 3 other landfills that they also operate through their companies, should there be an issue with closure or unable to be accepting any material at Simi Valley. In addition to that, after going through the fires and COVID, we don't want just Plan B, we want Plan C. So we will be reaching out to VRSD and to Waste Connections, who operates Chiquita Landfill also in the 126 corridor, for backup contracts with they would have no tonnage guarantees, but in the event that we were not able to access the 4 options in the Waste Management proposal, we would have 2 more backup landfills to use. Your second question on, can you please summarize your second question, because I have a couple notes here that make it look like 2 more questions. If you could do that for me, please.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, council member.
Oh, it's just, so VRSD is stating they can accept 67%, and they're suggesting we do that now, but based on what I've seen in the reports and talking with staff, they've had difficulty hitting the mid 40s of acceptance with us for our current agreement. And I'm just trying to equate, how can they promise 67% when they've had difficulty accepting even 50% at this point?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Turan, those are my same concerns and the same concerns of staff. While we were honest in the staff report that since April 19th or April of 2019, they have been accepting the 48%. You are correct. They have to divert other customers in order to accept our tonnage and at the 48% of our contract. So the same concern we have is not only that did they not, they waited 6 months to tell us they could now take 67% after the bid closed. With the records that we have here of our past history of having to comply with contracts or juggle tonnage, the 67% is very concerning and not a recommendation I can make.
Robert Quam, unfortunately, we're not taking any more testimony. You had your 3 minutes. Yeah, but Todd, the next question I have is I understand that the Board of Supervisors passed the CUP, and also now we have to go to Cal Recycle. That they have until the end of this month to respond. So consequently, they still, even though they have the CUP, they cannot continue until Cal Recycle approves that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the other question is, if they, right now, do they have the capacity to potentially take what was it, 2,800, 2,800, what is it, tons as opposed to the current tonnage?
Mayor, the permit modification is still not approved by Cal Recycle, so they still are operating under the permit that we signed the former contract under, which they cited in their proposal.
Thank you. Thank you. Any additional questions from staff? Or from, excuse me, for our council members? Mr. City Attorney, Councilman Perrella, I know that Robert Kwan wants to talk, but we can't, we're past that. Councilman Perrella?
Yes, thank you. In openness, I need to say that I'm the city's representative in the VRSD. I was the chair last year, and I have a question for our attorney. What is the definition of a bid process, a request for proposal? And what is the legality of breaking a process? Or is there any legality?
I'm going to have
Caller, Assistant City Attorney. Thank you, Councilmember Perrella, Mayor Pro Tem, and the rest of the council. The issue with our bid, this isn't what you would think of like a public works, public contract, where we're bound by the public contract code and lowest responsible bidder. This falls more under our own purchasing manual. We have a little bit more discretion. We can take other things into consideration, such as the things that have been addressed in the staff report and the questions the council has asked when selecting who to award this contract to. Our own purchasing manual does state that bids can't be modified after they've been opened. It's just a general concept of fairness. We don't want a situation where staff is making a recommendation and then a second bidder comes in and says, wait, we can go lower, or we can change this, and then we have a back and forth. So our purchasing manual and standard rules of due process and fairness would generally disfavor modifications like that at a late date after negotiations have closed. And it's my understanding that the last offer where the BRSD agreed to take on the 67% amount, that came in well after negotiations had closed and the item was already before the council committee.
That is exactly how I recall it. Thank you very much, Mr. Roy. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And again, thank you to VRSD representatives and the city and our staff. And what's the pleasure of the board of the council?
I will move the recommended action.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Basua and second by?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Turan. Roll call.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza.
I really, I just wish that VRSD would have been more able to compete in this open market. So yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is a city treasurer item, and this is subject is quarterly investment report for the period ending March 31, 2021. And this is again, for the city council to receive and file this quarterly investment report. And this was again recorded in Measure M, pre-recorded. And we have Mr. Phil Molina available for questions. So Councilman Turan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Molina, for the presentation. As many recall, because of Measure M, unfortunately, that presentation cannot be seen tonight. I hope the public can take a chance to go see it on the city's YouTube channel or on the city's website or in the staff report. A question I have, thank you for this update. I really appreciate it. It's great to see where our cash investments or what they're looking like. On slide 7 of your presentation that could be seen online, would you mind, because we can't show the presentation tonight, can you describe the chart to the public so that they can get a sense for what is happening in that bar chart?
Councilmember, yes, and Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I appreciate the question. I hope you can hear me.
I hear you. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I do want to mention to our IT people, you're not broadcasting on Spectrum Channel 10. So anyone that's trying to look at the council meeting is not able to do so. You may want to consider that. But with regards
to Mr. Molina, for the public too, they shared with them that Spectrum has some technical problems that also affects Frontier. So yes, they people know we put it on Facebook and also on the website.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate you mentioning it now. Thank you very much. In terms of Mr. Tran, Councilmember Tran's question, slide number 7 is a bar chart, and it's intended to depict the face value of our investments for each of the years that we have invested. And for the that mature on 2021, we see that there's $84.2 million face value investments. And that includes $75 million in LAIF and $1 million in the county investment fund, and then the balance in various CDs and the GSE investments. For the year 2022 maturity, there's $13,475,000. For the year 2023, there's $26,225,000. For the year 2024 maturities, there's $13 million. And then for the year 2025, the maturities are $16 million at face value. And for the year 2026, there's $79,010,000 face value investments. And so what we're seeing is obviously as we have maturities occurring in 2021, we're reinvesting them for a 5-year period, and that's why they extend to the year 2026. It would be, and what we're trying to do is get that laddered approach that we spoke about 4 years ago. But as I was at the CMTA webinar conference this weekend, we're not alone. Other city treasurers are having the same difficulty because of the forced low interest rates that was placed by the previous administration, where we were getting 0.4 and 0.5% on 5-year investments. Now they begin to grow again, and we're actually starting to get a 1.1%, 1.23, and 4% on those 5 years. And so we're beginning to move some of that money into the higher interest investments in order for us to gain as much interest as we can. Councilman Gabe, does that respond to your question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Molina. I really appreciate that. Did everybody get that? I want to thank you for doing that. That was very important. I appreciated that part of the presentation. And I encourage the members of the public to go view the presentation. There's 32 who have seen it as of now looking at YouTube. And I apologize that you had to hear a verbal description of a visual representation. And I thank you so much, Mr. Molina, for helping us with that tonight. And those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? If not, we need a motion. Oh, it's just a receive and file. Do we need a motion? No, receive and file. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Molina.
Yes.
Okay. Our next item is our finance department. This is the 2020 single audit report and update and the corrective action plan. called a CAP. And the recommendation is the City Council receive a 2020 single audit report from audit firm from Eddie Payne, an update on the corrective action plan CAP from Stan. And this is again, was pre-recorded under the Measure M, and we have Kevin Riper and Eddie and Payne individuals. So who's making the presentation?
Mayor Edie and Payne will make a live presentation as our consultants.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of the City Council, ladies and gentlemen. It is our pleasure to present to you tonight the results of the city's single audit for the year ended June 30, 2020. My name is Eden Casareno. I'm a partner at Edie and Payne. And with me tonight is Mary Maction, she's your senior manager in charge of the audit of City of Oxnard. I will give you a brief summary of the single audit process and an overview of the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. And Mary will talk about the audit findings. I'm going to start by sharing the PowerPoint, if that's okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so this is going to be our agenda. Like I said, I will provide the overview and the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, and Mary will discuss the single audit report findings. So the single audit is a requirement imposed by the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB. Anytime there is a non-federal entity spends federal dollars that exceed $750,000 per year. The ruling that establishes the audit requirement is commonly called uniform guidance, and the uniform guidance also spells out all other compliance requirements. For example, allowable costs where you're allowed to use federal funds, allowable activities, reporting requirements, any requirements for matching funds, and all sorts of requirements like that. The single audit process actually begins with the audit of your financial statements, which are included in the city's comprehensive annual financial report. We completed the financial audit for the city in December 2020. We then performed the single audit procedures in January and completed it in February of this year. Both the financial report and the single audit report were submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse and also to the State Controller's Office in March. At the same time, the city's corrective action plan, which I believe was presented to you tonight by the city's finance department, was also submitted to both the Federal Audit Clearinghouse and the State Controller's Office. So let's talk about what's in the single audit report. One of the main items contained in that report is the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, or what we call the CFA. It contains the details as well as total expenditures that were spent on federal awards. So the city expended a total of 11.1 million in federal awards in fiscal year 2020. That was actually an increase of 48% over fiscal year 19. We identified 2 major federal programs out of a total of 20 programs that you participated in. The 2 major federal programs are Coronavirus Relief Fund, or the CRF, where you spent $3.9 million, and Railroad Development Fund, where you spent $1.5 million. In our opinion, The city complied in all material respects with the compliance requirements related to these two major programs. So congratulations to the city's team members who are responsible for managing these funds. They did a good job.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Mhm.
The single audit report also includes our reports on internal controls. The internal control report, the first one is the internal control report as required by government auditing standards. And then another report required by uniform guidance. So we offer no opinion on internal control because none is required. However, when we see deficiencies in internal control, we are required to report them to you. So Mary will be discussing those findings.
Thank you, Eden. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I will go over the single audit report findings, but let's start off by distinguishing between the different finding categories. A material weakness is the most severe finding you could get. It means that the deficiency results in a reasonable possibility of a material misstatement in your financial statements. A significant deficiency is less severe than a material weakness. However, it's still important enough to bring to your attention. And then lastly, we have non-compliance findings, which indicate that the city is not in compliance with certain requirements from your federal programs. As you can see in the summary chart below, the city only has 6 findings remaining, and all of them are categorized as significant deficiencies. Of these 6, only 1 was a current year finding. This finding was IT related. So due to its nature, it was provided to the city attorney and the deputy city manager as a separate confidential letter. And the council should have received a copy of this by now. If you do have any questions on those, please direct them to the city attorney and we can assist in getting those answered offline. The remaining findings are related to indirect cost allocation, notes receivables, lease agreements, and pension plans. The 2 last ones are actually ready to be tested, so we will be looking at them the next time we come back in June for our interim fieldwork. Again, I want to congratulate the finance department and the city as a whole for reducing the outstanding findings to only 6. We started with 111 findings that we identified in fiscal year 15. So that is quite an accomplishment. This concludes our presentation. Again, if you have any questions, we are here to answer them to the best of our ability. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mary. And I want to again commend staff for an excellent work, and also for Eddie and Payne for helping us out with to comply with those items. And council members, any questions? Okay, let me see. We have Councilmember Perello, followed by Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like very much to thank Ms. Consuelo and Ms. Maxon for their presentation. But I would also like to thank the city's finance department. They've done a tremendous job in getting this stuff. What I have a question of, on slide 7, we talk about the cost allocation plan of other cities, and then we had an issue about the various things that there was an issue with something, and it had to do with pension plans. I know that the public can go back and look at this, and as a member of the council has already pointed out, very few people do. But can we go back and you give a explanation of what you meant with respect to the pension plans, questions and concerns in detail?
Is that Mary or?
Mary, do you want to go over that? I'm trying to look for where it is right now.
It was slide 7 on the presentation, but it's a pension plan issue with the presentation that was given to us. And I do appreciate that we have some live human beings actually making a presentation. And I compliment you in the integrity of your firm, not wanting to make a presentation that we can't ask you questions. That's a compliment to your business.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Perello. we really appreciate that you have us here and that we can answer questions that you might have. So, Mary, do you have
Mary,
the
can you answer?
finding for the pension plan?
Yeah, sorry, I was pulling it up. For the pension plan finding 2018-016, this finding is related to the pension plan census data, which lists all the participants of the city's employees in the pension plan. And the finding at the time that we noted was that the census data appeared to have some discrepancies in demographic and compensation data compared to what is in the employee's file and what was submitted to the to CalPERS and PARS. And that is something that the city has been working on, and we were notified that this is ready to be tested. So we are looking forward to giving an update on that once we come back in, well, we will be testing in June and then we'll provide an update subsequent to that.
Thank you. And as a follow-up on that, if there is information in a file that is not the same as what the city has, do we look at an issue? And that's why I asked you to explain it publicly. Do we look at an issue that this needs to be sent to our whistleblower? Because if we have somebody potentially giving false information to the city, how do we find out about that other than your audit catching something like that? And what are the ramifications of that? Aside from we getting a ding that we have a problem with our audit.
Yes, Mr. Perello, the discrepancy was really just in the information that was provided to CalPERS, and what happens after that is all of this information is vetted by CalPERS, and they will make corrections when somebody, actually brings up the correction like we did. The impact of that correction or the impact of the error is not as material as we think, it's not very large. The impact is only in the calculation of the liability that is going to be reported in your financial statements. And one or two errors in a census report that has like thousands of entries is really not going to be making a lot of difference. But what we want, what we think the city should do is actually review this more regularly than they've been doing now, which is in order to catch those errors. Because I don't think anybody will catch those errors other than the auditor or the people who are actually reviewing it within the city.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Thank you again.
Thank you. Councilmember Turan.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you to Edie and Payne for the live presentation. Really appreciate it and hope the public who's watching was able to get some basic information about this item, because it is actually a very important one. When it came to finance and governance a couple weeks back, I had made a comment about the findings, and I would just like to kind of revisit that if we can, just to look at to elaborate on the table that was sharing the findings before, where we previously had 111 in, I believe it's fiscal year 2015. We now have 6, none of which are material weaknesses, and we have significant deficiencies. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and I just want to reiterate for anyone who didn't see it, can you please just briefly, just for the benefit of the public, explain the difference between material weakness and significant deficiency once more?
Of course. Material weakness is, like I said, the worst finding that you could have. What it means that whenever there is a deficiency, the potential effect of that could be so huge in impact that it could materially misstate your financial statements. Whereas a significant deficiency still causes an error. However, it's not as significant. it's not as huge of an impact that it would not materially misstate your financial statements on their own or on its own, sorry.
Great, thank you very much. And for those who are seeing the table in front of us, note that all 6 are significant deficiencies with only one, as was mentioned in the presentation, being discovered for the current evaluation period, it sounded like. So thank you again. The last thing I'll say is the 111 findings is certainly a major set of findings, and the public was certainly right to be put off or shocked by those findings. However, I note that there, in certain conversations, that keeps coming up with certain people and certain conversations that, oh, the city had 111 findings in their audit. Oh yeah, in 2015. We are now in 2021, and we are at 6, only one of which is a new one, and we are moving forward. I work in education. I would never, ever tell a student, oh yeah, well, you failed this class, or you had a failing grade in this class at the beginning of the year. It doesn't matter that you've made a remarkable improvement and that you are now passing. Let's not forget that you failed in the past. All right, so I hope that folks can understand the immense amount of work that's been put into improving this situation by our finance staff, and I really want to thank them for their hard work and thank the auditors for their work that they do and for presenting this tonight. And those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I agree with that. I think that we need to commend the audit folks, Eddie and Payne, and especially our staff for doing an excellent job and finding those audits, you know, and those findings down to 6. And like you said, you know, they're significant deficiencies, not material weaknesses, which I think is extremely important. So I want to thank staff for that. And council members, any other questions? If not, this is only a receive and file. And I want to thank Eddie and Payne for an excellent presentation, like always. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you as well. And, you know, thank you for having us here, and thank you for the city, you know, especially the finance department, for helping us complete this as smoothly as possible back in, you know, 2020, when we were being hit by COVID really bad.
Right. And as was mentioned, we're going forward. We're not looking back. We're
Yes.
doing nothing but good things from here on. Thank you so much. Okay, our last item here is the City Attorney Department. This is infrastructure use fee reimbursement. And the recommendation of the City Council adopt a resolution finding that the city will suffer unreasonable financial hardship if it is not permitted to reimburse its 3 utilities in the amount of $36.5 million over the course of 7 years for all infrastructure use fee transfers made since March 27, 2014. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. So there was a pre-recorded presentation on this, and I'm available to answer questions. I believe we do have a couple speakers.
Okay, yes, we do. And we have a couple of speakers in this item, and this is Douglas Bartello, followed by Ray Platel. Douglas Bartello, followed by Ray. 3 minutes each.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, well, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and public. I just like to set the record straight for the public to understand the history of how this started to where we got to where we are today. So Aaron Starr brought to the attention of the city in 2016 the concerns about the transfer of funds from the infrastructure utility fees from the utility funds into the general fund. And basically it was largely ignored. Then in 2017, there was a URAP meeting. URAP is the Utility Ratepayers Advisory Panel. So they had a meeting and they were setting new rates for these wastewater and other things. The staff claimed it was legal, city attorney. The Howard Jarvis Association said, no, this is not legal. You can't do this. So in 2016, March of 2016, prior to that, Aaron Starr had gone to the city and said, look, just stop transferring the funds for the utility, the IUS. Stop doing it. Don't pay back anything from the funds you've already transferred over. Just stop. And they said no. So then he started litigation. So they stopped collecting. They would not be having to pay back the $22 million. There's a statute of limitations for 3 years. They were taking about $7 million a year, a little more. And then from that point forward, they collected an additional $14.5 million. So at the time that the amount was $22 million for the 3 years, Mr. Starr had gone to the city and said, okay, pay back the $22 million. I'll stop the litigation. And all I'm asking is just pay that amount back and stop the transfer of funds in the IUS. Nope, wouldn't do it. So here we are today. The judgment finally came down. The judge said, yes, it was illegal. And now you got to pay that money back. And he said you got to pay it back immediately. So they knew to stop because the police protection portion for public safety, they stopped it for that. So they knew it. They knew it was wrong. So now we got to have the city pay back $36.5 million. That's us, the taxpayers. That's not our leadership, okay? So there's a pending lawsuit for refunds of the overcharges to ratepayers, which is probably going to go in the favor of the ratepayers. There is no statute. So the city attorney is saying statute. There's no statute because there's no claim. There's no claim. This is posturing
time is
just
up.
for the hardship. So you got to pay it back. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Ray Platel. Ray, 3 minutes.
Mr. Platel?
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hello?
Hello. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mayor, council members, city staff, and the public. It's my opinion that the city's financial situation is not as dire as they'd like everyone to believe. By the city's own admission, Measure O would bring in $17.8 million annually, and this is from the $89 million over 5 years. And Measure E, $49.9 million per year. That's $67.7 million in 1 year just from general sales taxes alone. Plus, the city just recently received $1.4 million windfall from COVID CARES Act for public safety salary relief. This was certainly unexpected as an extra money in the city's pockets. And speaking of Measure E, it's a general use sales tax, which according to the city's own literature, goes into the general fund and would be available for any municipal purpose. During the prolific public campaign for Measure E, recall that the city said potential uses or it could be used for. Slide number 5 of tonight's presentation says city would be unable to restore and enhance services as the voters intended Measure E would do. And slide number 8, the first bullet, again states that the voters expected to be restored when they pass Measure E. Nothing is explicitly stated that the city would actually use the Measure E money for these purposes, only that the voters expected or anticipated it. It doesn't mean they'd get it. We all know that the unfunded pension liabilities, among other things like increasing salaries and overtime, are looming all over our heads. And I'll remind the public that around the same time the city made the $9.2 million in budget reductions mentioned in the briefing material, the city also conceded over $20 million in health benefits increases over 3 years to public safety and city leadership unions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council members, again, the recommendation here is that City Council adopt a resolution finding the City Council would suffer unreasonable financial hardship if it is not permitted to reimburse the 3 utilities in the amount of $36.5 million over the course of 7 years for all infrastructure use and transfer fee made since March 27, 2014. So we need to adopt a resolution for that. Council members? Councilmember Perello?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move this action, but I'd like an answer from the city attorney because there was a statement again made by one of the first speaker that someone deemed that the action was illegal. The judge never said the action was not, that it was, quote, illegal. That was his comment. Mr. Fisher, can you address that? My understanding when the city council has been informed of this, the action was not illegal. The method that it was done was inappropriate. Please clarify. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it.
That's correct, council member. So the judge determined that the study from 2014 that the city relied on in imposing the infrastructure use fee was insufficient to justify that fee. And the court's ruling has acknowledged that the city can conduct a subsequent study to justify some level of infrastructure use fee. And that's something that the city is in the midst of preparing to solicit proposals from consultants to conduct such a study.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fisher. I appreciate that because, ladies and gentlemen of the council and of the public, facts matter. And when we get people spouting facts that they claim are truthful, they need to be shown to be false. There's another word for it, but thank you. I make the motion to move this forward.
Okay, Councilmember, before we do that second, we have Councilman Turan has a comments to make, and then we'll take a second, hopefully.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Fisher. So this is a very important resolution that we're putting forward because, as was mentioned by a couple of the speakers, the $34 million, or now it's $36.5 million after interest and everything's calculated in, we would need to, as per the judge's order, pay those back to the enterprise funds that we're charged towards them. And as the city attorney just stated, those were, the formula was insufficient to demonstrate the amount we were charging in IUF or in the fees. And so I bring that up. I don't want to just tell you a story, but I actually want to point out that it's interesting that leading up to Measure E, there were arguments that, oh, they won't use it on parks, they won't use it on streets, they won't use it on programs, they're going to use it on whatever they want. And now there's a call for us to use it on not parks, not streets, not on programs, but to use it to pay this judgment to the utility funds or to the enterprise funds all in one lump sum. And I asked the general public, would you prefer that your city pay it all in one lump sum and we hurt for another year and a half? Or would you rather we pay it in payments if allowed by the courts in order to spread out that cost over the span of several years? And then in that time, I believe the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, the judgment stated that we could correct the formula to make it a sufficient formula to justify those fees. So the last thing I want to ask, and this is important, I'm getting conflicting information because the speakers tonight stated, hey, we have Measure O money, we have Measure E money, we can pay this in a lump sum. Yet there were no fewer than 3 emails that went out to the general public from, I'll say a member of the public, but even though it's a private email address, he still signed it as the city treasurer, but talking about bankruptcy for the city, talking about, should we consider bankruptcy? How do we avoid bankruptcy with this $34 million judgment? So my question is, and I don't know if Mr. Riper, the city manager, who would answer this, should we be talking about bankruptcy when we're talking about $34 million judgment that we're looking at here, which is, I apologize, 36.5? Is that part of the conversation? Because I've seen it come up in a couple of emails, and I hope the general public can hear what the facts are around that, and if we should be thinking about or talking about bankruptcy at this point. Those are my questions.
Mr. City Manager.
Yes, I'd like to have our CFO, Mr. Kevin Riper, respond to the last question there with regard to the city treasurer's claims about impending bankruptcy. And then I'd like to make a few follow-up comments.
Go ahead, yeah, Mr. Riper.
Through you, Mayor, no, bankruptcy doesn't need to be part of the conversation because the judgment requires one fund of the city, the general fund, to transfer $36.5 million to three other funds of the city. No money is leaving the city. While certainly Oxnard's general fund is under pressure from the court's judgment in the IUF case, that's only one fund of, as you've heard ad nauseum from me over the last couple of years, the general fund is only one fund of more than 170 different funds. So bankruptcy only happens when the entire organization doesn't have enough money to pay its bills. The city treasurer's quarterly investment report that was discussed 2 items ago reports that he's managing cash and investments of almost $300 million as of the end of March. So the city has enough money as a whole, as an entire organization, to pay its bills. To my mind, for Oxnard, under current economic conditions, a bankruptcy filing would be more likely to be caused by an earthquake or a tsunami or a nuclear holocaust that destroys the city than by financial difficulty.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, I just want to make some follow-up comments. You know, when I look at this particular issue, I kind of wish I was here in 2015. And if I had a time machine, I would go back prior to that year to help prevent some of this, but I wasn't here then. Now, with the discussion and following through the logic of all of this, the discussion about we have Measure O and we have Measure E and we have this impending American Rescue Plan funding coming, although as a reminder, we still do not have, and we meaning all American cities, guidance yet from the Federal Treasury Department on the rules of how to get and spend those funds. But if you follow the logic through, and this is part of what I believe Councilmember Turan was alluding to, is this narrative that, you know, we don't have the needs, we have too much money, our staff aren't working hard enough, we don't have enough money, but now we do have the money, but we shouldn't spend it for one thing, rather the things that we talked to the community about, but we should rather spend it on this other thing. It just kind of, the logic just wavers depending on where the argument wants to lead. But what I submit to you is it really only wants to lead to one place, which is to wreck the city. So if you think about it, you know, could we pay this back in one lump sum? Yes. But what would that mean? What would that mean of all the other things that we must defund in order to do it? And why would we do that? So also keep in mind that there is Measure N hanging over our heads, right? Thank you for that sound effect. But there's Measure N hanging over our heads. So if we were to use all of our general funds to pay this back in one lump sum, and by the way, we fully intend to follow the court's order to pay back the utilities. We're simply asking the court to allow us a payment schedule. Now, under the statute, we could ask for up to 10 years, but I've worked this through with the CFO, and we believe 7 years is reasonable. So we're not even asking for the full 10 years. But following all that logic, so we've got a gun to our heads to pave the roads upwards to a pavement condition index of 80. But now we also have this other gun to our head to pay back the IUF to the enterprise funds in one lump sum. How's that going to be possible to do both? Even if we defunded a bunch of programs and services, how is it possible to do both? That's pretty simple math there. So this is why we have this item before you, because we want to ask the judge to allow us the time to make the payments, because we also remember our baseline. This city has gone through years and years of reductions. So when one of the speakers says, you know, the staff should do more, that's very offensive to our public employees who've worked their butts off over these past years, short-staffed, under-resourced, overwhelmed, and still trying to make an effort. And it's very difficult. But remember where we are at. Remember our baseline. So many of our programs and services are themselves in deficit. And that's not just financially, but that's just the quality and the offering available of the programs and services. So part of what we need to do here going forward is to start making restorations. And then there were some additions that the council wanted us to work on to help truly make this community a better place. So there really aren't enough dollars to go around to do all of that at once. And it's certainly not even in 1 year. Even if we had all the money in the world, we couldn't do it all in 1 year. So I just wanted to have those comments. Thank you.
Council members, let me add a little bit to what the city manager mentioned. You know, we need this ordinance for this payment plan, because I think is really important. And the voters, you know, passed Measure E. They passed Measure E because we need to improve our streets. It was mentioned, our PCI. We need to improve our parks for our families and our children to work with. We need to help with our seniors, get the senior centers going that we promised our seniors. Public safety is really important to all of us. And the quality of life is extremely important to all of us. So I think that this ordinance would really help us get a payment plan that we're going to pay to ourselves, to our utilities. So I really believe that we need this ordinance, you know, to be passed this evening, council members. If there's no additional questions, do we have a motion on this item?
I'll make the motion.
Mayor, we have a motion by Councilmember Perrello.
Okay. And second by Councilman Basua?
Yes.
Okay, so we have first and a second by Perrello and second by Councilwoman Basua. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello.
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
And council members, that's the last item. We have no other items. So we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Mhm.